Revised list of business for today, serial number 6.
नंबर 7 श्री कैलाश चौधरी।
माननीय सभापति जी, आपकी अनुमति से मैं आज की लोकसभा की संशोधित कार्यसूची में मेरे नाम के सम्मुख मद संख्या 7 पर उल्लेखित पत्र सदन के पटल पर प्रस्तुत करता हूँ।
8 श्री BL वर्मा जी।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की लोकसभा की पुनरीक्षित कार्यक्रम सूची क्रम संख्या 8 पर अपने नाम के सम्मुख अंकित प्रपत्र क्रमांक हिंदी और अंग्रेजी में सभा पटल करता हूँ।
सुश्री प्रतिमा भौमिक जी।
सभापति महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में क्रमांक 9 संख्या 9 पर मेरे नाम के सम्मुख उल्लेखित दस्तावेज सदन के पटल पर रखती हूँ।
नंबर 10 श्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी।
Honorable Chairperson, sir, with your permission, on behalf of my colleague Dr. L. Murugan, Minister of State, Minister of Information and Broadcasting, I rise to lay on the table of the House the papers mentioned against his name at serial number 10 of today's revised list of business. Thank you.
11 श्री सुभाष बहेड़िया जी।
महोदय, मैं आज की कार्यसूची में मेरे नाम के सम्मुख क्रम संख्या 11 पर यथा सूचीबद्ध लोक लेखा समिति 2021-22 का 46वां, 49वां, 50वां, 48वां, 49वां, 50वां प्रतिवेदन हिंदी और अंग्रेजी संस्करण प्रस्तुत करता हूँ।
नंबर 12 श्री राम शिरोमणि वर्मा जी।
माननीय सभापति महोदय, मैं आज के कार्यसूची पत्र में क्रम संख्या 12 पर मेरे नाम के समक्ष यथा सूचीबद्ध सभा की बैठकों से सदस्यों की अनुपस्थिति संबंधी समिति का 7वां प्रतिवेदन हिंदी और अंग्रेजी संस्करण में प्रस्तुत करता हूं।
नंबर 13 श्री भर्तृहरि मेहताब जी।
Sir, I am to present the 33rd report, Hindi and English version of the Standing Committee on Labour, Textiles and Skill Development on implementation of National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme (NAPS), National Apprenticeship Training Scheme (NAPS), as listed against my name at serial number 13 in today's order paper.
नंबर 14 श्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी।
14 ना? Honorable Chairperson, sir, on behalf of Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti, I make a statement regarding the status of implementation of the recommendation contained in the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Rural Development and Panchayati Raj on Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin pertaining to the Department of Rural Development, Ministry of Rural Development. Thank you.
Item number 15, Dr. S. Jaishankar ji.
Sir, I beg to move for leave to introduce the weapons of mass destruction and the delivery systems, prohibition of unlawful activities, Amendment Bill 2022.
श्री के सुरेश जी। प्रश्न यह है कि विधेयक को प्रस्तावित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में वो हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य इसके विरोध में वो ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हवालों के पक्ष में हुआ। हवालों के पक्ष में हुआ। माननीय मंत्री जी विधेयक को प्रस्तावित करते।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
सूचना को माननीय अध्यक्ष जी ने स्वीकृति प्रदान नहीं की है। 0 आवर श्री असित कुमार मल्ल जी। श्री असित कुमार मल्ल जी।
Honorable Chairman, sir, I would like to raise a burning questions about price hike. Please allow me a little time. Sir, countrymen are very agitated in mind at the high price hike of daily commodities. Everyday price hike is going beyond the limit of patience. Petrol sales exceeding rupees 114. Diesel is going to touch 100, now 100. Cooking gas, rupees 926 per cylinder. Where will the price hike stop? I request the Honorable Prime Minister kindly assuage the countrymen by bringing down the unbearable price hike. Sir, please see the matter seriously. Thank you, sir.
डॉक्टर संघमित्रा मौर्य जी।
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय। अध्यक्ष सभापति महोदय जी, मैं आपके माध्यम से जानना चाहती हूं कि अभी तक युवा कार्यक्रमों का जो प्रयोजन हुआ था उसमें पिछड़े जाति, अनुसूचित जाति एवं अनुसूचित जनजातियों की भागीदारी कितनी थी, विशेष रूप से उत्तर प्रदेश में क्या था और महिलाओं की संख्या क्या थी और इन कार्यक्रमों के आयोजन से कोई लाभ निचले स्तर के व्यक्ति को हुआ है?
संघमित्रा जी, क्या विषय बदल दिया है आपने? यू हैव चेंज द सब्जेक्ट। सम्राट अशोक के बारे में लिखा हुआ है कुछ।
अच्छा, ये सभापति महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से सरकार से मांग पिछले सत्र में भी मैंने किया था कि सम्राट अशोक की जयंती के अवसर पर अवकाश की घोषणा की जाए, किंतु हमें पत्र के माध्यम से जानकारी दी गई कि एक सीमित राष्ट्रीय अवकाश ही घोषित किए जा सकते हैं। तो मैं आपके माध्यम से सरकार से ये मांग करती हूँ कि अवकाश नहीं तो चैत्र मास के अष्टमी को, जिस दिन सम्राट अशोक का जन्म हुआ था, उस दिन को सम्राट अशोक जयंती के नाम से घोषणा की जाए, ताकि जो भी लोग सम्राट अशोक की जयंती का आयोजन करना चाहते हैं वो उसको अपने इच्छानुसार कर सके, एक दिन सुनिश्चित हो सके, जैसे बिहार में हुआ है उसी तरह से पूरे देश में हो सके। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
मतलब लोचन दास जी।
माननीय सभापति महोदय, आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सभापति महोदय, आप जानते हैं कि हम नवोदय विद्यालय का हर जिले में स्थापन करने के लिए भारत सरकार के द्वारा इसके ऊपर काम हो रहा है, लेकिन अभी असम में ऐसे बहुत 35 जिले हैं। 35 जिले में केवल 28 ही नवोदय विद्यालय वहाँ पे बनाया गया है। मैं आपके माध्यम से एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट्स के मंत्री साहब को मैं ये आग्रह करना चाहूँगा, हर जिले में नवोदय विद्यालय बने। और ऐसे भी बहुत सारे हमारे वहाँ पे ओबीसी कम्युनिटीज़ है जिनमें चाय मजदूर भी वहाँ पे रहते हैं, लेकिन वहाँ पे कोई स्कूल के बहुत बड़ी सुविधा नहीं है। वहाँ पे भी रेसिडेंशियल स्कूल गर्ल्स एंड बॉयज़ के लिए बनाया जा सके, इसके लिए मैं आपके माध्यम से आग्रह करना चाहता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
फारूक अब्दुल्ला जी। डॉक्टर साहब, डॉक्टर फारूक अब्दुल्ला जी बोले। आप बोलेंगे? बोलने जी।
Speaker Saab, can I speak?
Yeah, you can say price rise and house needs to be in order.
Please, can the house give me 1 minute? Please give me 1 minute. 1 minute. Very important. Very important. Please give me 1 minute. 1 minute. Chairman Saab, there are two important issues I want to raise in 0 hour. एक ये है, हमारे यहाँ 7 हाउस बोट कल जल गए हैं। उन गरीबों का सबसे बड़ा नुकसान हो गया है। मैं गुजारिश करूंगा कि टूरिज्म मिनिस्ट्री उसकी तरफ तवज्जो दे और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ कश्मीर उनको लकड़ी दे कि वो नया हाउस बोट बना सके। दूसरी बात जो बहुत जरूरी है वो मैं आपके सामने लाना चाहता हूँ। JKPSC has served a 7 days notice for conducting main examination through their own rules, mentioning a period of when in 7 days, whereas the main thing is 30 days notice should be given. They have not done this. Secondly, sir, though almost all the states have an age of 37 to 42 for their PSC examination in JNK, they have changed the age to 32. How can our boys and girls have been denied for so many years job? Now when you are reducing their age, there will be many who will not be able to take part. I request Government of India to look into this and their age to be increased as in other states of the country.
सभा की कार्यवाही दोपहर 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
348 माननीय श्री नीरज डांगी जी।
क्वेश्चन नंबर 348 सर।
माननीय मंत्री जी, माननीय नीरज जी।
सर मेरा पहला सप्लीमेंट्री क्वेश्चन है माननीय मंत्री महोदय से आपके माध्यम से, देश में बाजारों में खुले में मिलने वाली नकली दवाइयों पर बीते 2 वर्षों के दौरान की गई कार्रवाई का ब्यौरा क्या है और इन दवाइयों पर रोक लगाने के लिए सरकार द्वारा क्या तंत्र इस्तेमाल किए जा रहे हैं?
आप जो सवाल जुड़ा है करंट प्रैक्टिसेस इन परचेस ऑफ मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट से जुड़ा हुआ ये सवाल है, लेकिन आदरणीय सांसद महोदय ने प्रोक्योरमेंट ऑफ ड्रग्स के बारे में सवाल पूछा है। आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से ये कहना चाहूंगी कि मेन एजेंसी जो ड्रग प्रोक्योर करती है वो इधर CMSS के माध्यम से होती है या CGHS या जन औषधि केंद्र के माध्यम से होती है। सर ये ट्रांसपेरेंट मोड पे ये दवाइयों का प्रोक्योरमेंट होता है और इसमें टेक्निकल कमिटी भी रहती है जो ये देखती है, और सर ये ट्रांसपेरेंट मोड पे दवाइयाँ खरीद होती है। लेकिन फिर भी आपने जो कहा कि कुछ गलत दवाइयों का आपके पास विवरण है क्या, तो अगर है तो मैं आपको सर जरूर अवगत करती हूँ, लेकिन ये इक्विपमेंट को लेके सवाल है जो स्पेसिफिक था।
सेकंड सप्लीमेंट्री मारी नहीं
सर दवाएं तो बाजार के अंदर नकली मिल ही रही है, हम लोग ध्यान दें, सरकार अपने लेवल पे भी इसके बारे में जानकारी लेवे। मेरा दूसरा सप्लीमेंट्री क्वेश्चन है, क्या भारत सरकार आपातकालीन चिकित्सा सेवा हेतु मानव संसाधन विकास योजना के अंतर्गत कौशल विकास प्रशिक्षण की स्थापना हेतु स्वीकृति एवं धनराशि जारी करने पर विचार रखती है?
धन्यवाद।
आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, आपके माध्यम से मैं ये अवगत कराना चाहती हूँ कि कोविड काल में ऐसे बहुत सारे क्राइसिस के टाइम जो मेडिकल का इक्विपमेंट हो या फिर कुछ इमरजेंसी हमें खरीदना हो वैक्सीन को लेके, सो ऐसी सभी व्यवस्था तुरंत करवाई। उसके लिए कुछ कमेटी बने, कुछ एक्सपर्ट ग्रुप बने और उसके माध्यम से स्टैंडर्ड को देखते हुए, जो कि स्टैंडर्ड मेंटेन हो, इंटरनेशनल लेवल के भी स्टैंडर्ड मेंटेन हो, इसके लिए धनराशि भी आवंटित की गई। मैं आपके माध्यम से आदरणीय फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर का भी धन्यवाद देती हूँ कि लगातार इस कोविड काल में कोई भी सुविधा कमी न हो, इसके लिए सरकार ने प्रयास किए, जो कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में बहुत ही सफल हुए। धन्यवाद।
माननीय KJ अल्फोंस।
To know from the Honourable Minister whether she knows that the Additional Chief Secretary of Kerala, who is also the Health Secretary, has written to the DMOs and to all the field officers saying that the Health Department of Kerala is the most corrupt department.
Please, not
No,
mention
sir.
the name. Yes, please.
No, sir, this is a question on health and on corruption. And if it is not being brought to the notice of the Honourable Minister, will she take action if it is brought to her notice?
आदरणीय उपसभापति महोदय, जो सवाल उठा है करप्शन को लेके, आपके माध्यम से ये अवगत कराना चाहूंगी कि जो सेंट्रल प्रोक्योरमेंट होते हैं वो सेंट्रल एजेंसी के तहत देखे भी जाते हैं, मॉनिटर भी किए जाते हैं और एक्शन भी लिए जाते हैं। और जो स्टेट के प्रोक्योरमेंट रहते हैं जो कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के अंडर आते हैं, आदरणीय सांसद महोदय ने बहुत ही गंभीर मुद्दा उठाया है। जरूर इस पे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से अगर गलत काम हुए हैं, लेकिन मेरे रिपोर्ट में है सर कि नो इंसिडेंट फ्रॉम सेंट्रल हॉस्पिटल हैज बीन रिपोर्टेड ड्यूरिंग लास्ट 3 years। तो मुझे लगता है अगर स्टेट का इश्यू है तो जरूर ये
धन्यवाद। माननीय सदस्य, जैसा माननीय चेयरमैन ने कहा, किसी स्टेट के बारे में पर्टिकुलर एलिगेशन कृपया न लगाएं। धन्यवाद। प्रोफेसर मनोज कुमार झा, प्लीज प्रोफेसर मनोज कुमार झा, प्लीज I have already told, please let him put his question।
शुक्रिया
मैं
उपसभापति।
आपका काम कह दिया हूँ, इसलिए क्यों आप उनको मौका दीजिए।
शुक्रिया उपसभापति महोदय, आपके माध्यम से माननीय मंत्री जी से मैं जानना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि स्वास्थ्य का सवाल है तो एक बहुत गंभीर चिंता देश के अलग हिस्सों से आ रही है, खास करके CGHS के जो बेनिफिशियरीज हैं, छोटे शहरों में जो हैं, इम्पैनलमेंट का इशू है, रेट का इशू है, और चूंकि प्रश्न संबंधित नहीं था, लेकिन सर आप और वो आप दोनों विशाल हृदय के हैं, इसका जवाब दे दीजिए।
धन्यवाद। आदरणीय उपसभापति महोदय, आपके माध्यम से मैं जरूर माननीय सांसद मनोज जी को धन्यवाद देती हूँ, क्योंकि सीजीएचएस का एक महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा उठा के भी उन्होंने जो कहा है कि एम्पैनलमेंट बढ़ने चाहिए, तो जरूर इस पर हमारा विचार चल रहा है और लगातार ये सीजीएचएस के सेंटर खुल भी रहे हैं। लेकिन सर उसके भी कुछ क्राइटेरिया होते हैं कि जितने एरिया में हमारे बेनिफिशियरीज है उनकी कुछ संख्या होती है जिनके आधार पर इन सेंटर्स को मंजूरी भी मिलती है। लास्ट वीक ने आदरणीय कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर मनसुख भाई ने भी इस पे विवरण दिया था और आदरणीय सांसद महोदय को मैं जरूर कहूंगी कि आपके क्षेत्र में अगर वो संख्या है और अगर सीजीएचएस सेंटर की डिमांड है तो हम जरूर इसमें काम करेंगे।
धन्यवाद। डॉक्टर फौजिया खान जी।
Honorable Minister, through you, whether government is aware about the damage caused by the unchecked presence of health service online aggregators pushing aggressively for tests, surgeries, for healthcare services without any medical requirement or prescription. If yes, whether the government is considering to stop direct consumer advertising as suggested by the Consumer Drug Advocacy Group of All India Drug Action Network, AIDAN.
Thank you.
महोदय, माननीय सदस्य फौजिया जी ने जो सवाल उठाया है वो स्पेसिफिक कुछ कंज्यूमर के बारे में जो कि ऑनलाइन प्रिस्क्रिप्शन के बारे में जुड़ा है, तो मुझे लगता है कि इसमें थोड़ा डिटेल लेके मैं जरूर सांसद महोदय को अवगत कराऊंगी। लेकिन फिर भी जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के अंडर जो क्लिनिकल एस्टेब्लिशमेंट एक्ट के तहत कुछ प्रिस्क्रिप्शन के अगर हमें प्रॉब्लम्स है या शिकायतें हैं तो वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट उन क्लिनिकल एस्टेब्लिशमेंट एक्ट के तहत उन हॉस्पिटल के थ्रू एक्शन ले सकते हैं।
धन्यवाद। क्वेश्चन नंबर 349 माननीय शक्ति सिंह गोयल जी। माननीय मंत्री जी, माननीय मंत्री जी।
सर उत्तर सभा पटल पर रख दिया।
फर्स्ट सप्लीमेंट्री।
माननीय सभापति महोदय, बड़ा गंभीर सवाल था। मैं उम्मीद करता था कि कैबिनेट मंत्री हमारे गुजराती भाई मांडविया जी जवाब देंगे। बड़ी शालीन मंत्री राज्य कक्षा की है, उनको ही जवाब देना है। खैर इनका सब्जेक्ट है। मैं ये जानना चाहता हूं, यहाँ इस हाउस में बैठे हुए हमारे में से कोई भी यहाँ हाथ रख के कहेंगे कोविड के दौरान हमें फोन आते थे, हमें डॉक्टर्स ने, हमें गवर्नमेंट ने भी कहा कि ऑक्सीजन सप्लाई नहीं थी और डेथ हुए हैं, ये हकीकत है। अब यहाँ पे सरकार का जो रिटर्न रिप्लाई है, उस रिटर्न रिप्लाई में कहा गया है कि कोविड की वजह से 5,21,358 डेथ हुए हैं। मैं फर्स्ट सप्लीमेंट्री में आपके जरिए ये जानना चाहता हूं कि गुजरात सरकार ने पहले कहा था कि कोविड में 10,000 लोगों ही सिर्फ मृत्यु हुई है, 10,000 एंड ऑड। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि आपको मुआवजा के लिए डिटेल दीजिए, जांच कीजिए। उसके बाद निकला कि 1.5 लाख से ज्यादा लोग गुजरात में कोरोना से मृत्यु हुए हैं, ऑफिशियल फिगर आया बाहर। तो इधर ये जो 5,21,358 है उसमें गुजरात का कौन सा फिगर है, 10,000 या 1.5 लाख?
धन्यवाद।
उपसभापति महोदय, आपके माध्यम से मैं ये जरूर कहना चाहूंगी, आदरणीय शक्ति सिंह जी ने, माननीय संसद जी ने उपस्थित किया मुद्दा। पहला तो ये है कि माननीय कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर आज जो कॉन्फ्रेंस पे गए हैं तो वो भी एक देश की सक्षम भूमिका रखने के लिए ही गए हैं। वो देश की एक अच्छी भूमिका जो कि ग्लोबल लेवल को भारत को सराहना जा रहा है। मुझे लगता है अगर इस अच्छी बात को अप्रिशिएट किया जाए तो मैं बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ। लेकिन ये बहुत ही गंभीर मुद्दा है और आदरणीय सांसद महोदय ने जो पूछा था कि क्या ऑक्सीजन को लेके क्या व्यवस्था और डिमांड के बारे में फिर एक बार ये माननीय कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर मनसुख भाई ने लास्ट वीक में और लास्ट सेशन में भी इसका जवाब डिटेल दिया था। मैं फिर एक बार बड़ी नम्रता पूर्वक ये कहना चाहूंगी सर, क्योंकि ये सर लगातार ये मुद्दा आता है, कुछ बातें भी फ्लोर पे रखनी जरूरी है कि यूनियन गवर्नमेंट हैज रिक्वेस्टेड स्टेट्स UTs to furnish the details as asked for. Sir, इसमें से 20 states and UTs have responded and none of the states and UTs have reported confirmed deaths due to oxygen shortage. Sir, हमने लगातार इस बारे में उन राज्यों को पत्र भी लिखे हैं, वो पत्र के भी डिटेल्स हमने दिए हैं। उसमें सर 11 बार हमने ईमेल्स भेजे हैं, चिट्ठियां लिखी है, कुछ राज्यों को रिमाइंडर दिए हैं। सर राज्यों ने देने के बाद ही हम सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट उसको पार्लियामेंट पे रख के बोलते हैं। लेकिन सर जैसा कि इन्होंने कहा कि पहले मृत्यु की संख्या कम थी और आज आपने जो डेटा दिए हैं वो 5 लाख का डेटा है डेथ्स का। सर ये बहुत ही दुखदायी है, क्लेशदायी है कि एक ऐसा पेंडेमिक आया कि जिसमें हम इस कोविड को जो नया था उसमें डेथ्स के बारे में भी रिपोर्ट करना हो, तो इसमें सर लगातार सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से रिसर्च बेस्ड जो भी आता था उसके नोटिफिकेशन उसमें गाइडलाइंस जाते थे। और तो और सर जो भी डेथ के बारे में रिपोर्टिंग था उसमें भी सर व्यवस्था दी गई कि ये इन्होंने करना है पोर्टल पे। लेकिन सर कुछ राज्यों ने जो कि उस टाइम नहीं किए वो आज भी कर रहे हैं। इसीलिए सर आज आपने जो सवाल उठाया, लेकिन सर आपने गुजरात के बारे में पूछा है तो मैं उसका डिटेल आपको जरूर देती हूँ। सर उसके बाद भी ये एक्स ग्रेशिया का भी जो एनडीएमए के थ्रू माननीय हाईकोर्ट ने जो स्टेटमेंट दिया उसके आधार पर ये बढ़ा है जो आप। लेकिन सर ये हमारे पास आ रहा है, ये जो है रिपोर्ट ये सभी राज्यों से आ रहा है जो कि ये दर्शाता है।
सेकंड
सप्लीमेंट्री वो तो ये था कि आज 10,000 है इसमें या 1.5 लाख, वो जवाब तो नहीं मिला मुझे। मेरा सेकंड सप्लीमेंट्री ये है कि भारत सरकार ने खुद एक नोटिफिकेशन निकाला था कि कोविड से जो भी डेथ होगी उसको 4 लाख का कंपनसेशन दिया जाएगा। वो निकालने के कुछ ही घंटों में, तो कहूंगा दिन भी नहीं, उसमें रिवर्स हो गए और 4 लाख नहीं देना। तो उसकी वजह क्या थी? और कोविड में लोग बहुत परेशान होकर डेथ हुई थी, तो सरकार इसके पुनः विचार करके 4 लाख रुपीस जो भी डेथ कोविड के हुए उनको देना चाहती है या नहीं।
उपसभापति महोदय, आदरणीय सदस्य ने जो प्रश्न उपस्थित किया है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने लगातार इस बारे में बड़ी ही ट्रांसपेरेंसी मोड पे जो भी गाइडलाइंस है ये दिए हैं। इसमें पहली बार तो सर जो डर था कि पेशेंट के बाद जो इन्फेक्ट होंगे तो उनका क्या, तो वो तो इतना पहला बड़ा डर था कि उसके लिए सर गरीब कल्याण पैकेज के तहत हमने जो इंश्योरेंस दिया जो कि डायरेक्ट कोविड के पेशेंट के कांटेक्ट में आएंगे तो उन्हें हम तुरंत इंश्योरेंस के माध्यम से प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे। सर आज उनका भी हमने मदद की है। सर उसके बाद आप सदस्य ने जो प्रश्न उठाया है कि एक्स ग्रेशिया, सर माननीय कोर्ट ने जो कहा कि इनका डिटेल लेना जो कि कोविड रिलेटेड डेथ हुए हैं, सर ये एक्स ग्रेशिया के रूप में जो कि 50,000 का उन्हें मदद मिलेगा। सर ये सेंट्रल गाइडलाइंस के तहत आज स्टेट के तहत आज जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे जो कलेक्टर की अंडर जो कमिटी है सर वो इसको एग्जामिन भी करते हैं और उनके तहत ये नाम भी आते हैं। सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के नाम आने के बाद ये डिटेल भी दिए हैं। सर ये एनडीएमए ने 50,000 का ये प्रावधान किया है, ये 4 लाख का नहीं है, ये बात क्लियर हो गई है।
थैंक यू। माननीय जुगल सिंह लोखंडवाला।
पहले तो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, स्वास्थ्य मंत्री जी को और हमारे वैज्ञानिकों सबको धन्यवाद देता हूं कि ये वैश्विक महामारी 100 साल में एक बार आती है और जिस तरह माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के निगरानी के अंदर कोविड की वैक्सीनेशन का जो इनोवेशन, सैनिटाइजर का प्रदान और मास्क जिस तरह दिया गया, मैं सवाल ही बहा रहा हूं, जिस तरह दिया गया आप बैठे उसी तरह सवाल ये मैं पूछना चाहता हूं माननीय मंत्री जी से कि पुरानी सरकारें जिस तरह ये महामारी, वैश्विक महामारी जो है, जो सुविधा नहीं दे पाई थी, आज की तारीख के अंदर क्या हमारे वैज्ञानिकों द्वारा कोई प्रयोगशाला बनाई जाएंगी या बनाएंगे कि जैसे विश्व के अंदर कोई ऐसी महामारी आए तो इसको रोक सके।
सवाल संक्षिप्त रखें प्लीज। प्लीज बैठकर, प्लीज कुर्सी पर बैठकर आपस में बात ना करें प्लीज। कोई रिकॉर्ड पे नहीं जा रही आप लोगों की आपस की बातचीत, प्लीज।
माननीय उपसभापति महोदय, जो सवाल उठा है कि क्या हमने इस दौरान कोविड के कार्यकाल में क्या किया है और आगे जाके भविष्य में अगर ऐसे ही पैंडेमिक का सामना करना पड़े तो क्या इसके लिए प्रावधान है। मैं आदरणीय सांसद महोदय जी को पहले तो धन्यवाद देती हूँ कि जो काम हुआ है उसमें बहुत ही बढ़ोतरी हुई है, क्योंकि जो डिमांड थी पैंडेमिक के पहले और आज ये लगातार अच्छी बनी है व्यवस्था हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को लेके। फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर हमारे पास आज 3000 से भी ज्यादा अच्छे लैब खड़े हुए हैं। कोविड की फैसिलिटीज में जो बेड्स बने हैं सर, आज मुझे यहाँ रखते हुए 5 लाख के भी ज्यादा ऑक्सीजन सपोर्टेड बेड बने हैं। आईसीयू के भी बेड 1.5 लाख से ज्यादा खड़े हुए हैं। पीएसए प्लांट्स जो कि कम थे, ना के बराबर थे, राज्यों के पास थे वो कम थे, लेकिन आज सर हर एक जिले में पीएसए प्लांट लगना चाहिए, ताकि खुद आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने उस पर गौर भी किया और आज 4000 से भी ज्यादा हमारे पीएसए प्लांट्स खड़े हैं अलग अलग मिनिस्ट्री के थ्रू और पीएसयू के थ्रू, पीएम केयर के थ्रू। सर ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर हो या ऑक्सीजन कॉन्सेंट्रेटर हो, ये लाखों में उन स्टेट्स को अलॉट भी किए हैं, उसका भी डिटेल्स अवेलेबल है। आज वेंटिलेटर्स को देखा जाए सर, तो मैंने भी खुद देखा कि पहले पैंडेमिक के पहले का वेंटिलेटर्स था लगभग 16,000 के करीब। आज सर हमने वेंटिलेटर्स की संख्या देखी है तो वो 60,000 के भी ज्यादा आज खड़े हैं। तो मुझे लगता है सारी इमरजेंसी को टैकल करते हुए लगातार ये व्यवस्था बनी। उसके अलावा पैकेजेस भी जाहिर हुए, ECRP 1 हो, ECRP 2 हो, NHM हो या फिर हमारा डिजास्टर रिस्पांस फंड हो, ये अलग अलग माध्यम से व्यवस्था खड़ी हुई। और माननीय सदस्य ने ये कहा कि जो लगातार आगे आने वाले दिनों के लिए तो जरूर PM अभीम के द्वारा जो बजट दिया है, मैं फिर एक बार आदरणीय फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ कि आगे आने वाले दिनों के लिए भी एक 64,000 करोड़ का बजट दिया है, जो कि हमारे हेल्थ को अगेन एक बूस्ट देगा और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को स्ट्रेंथन करेगा, जिसमें ये लैब्स जो कि एक अच्छी लैब की सुविधा भी बने। सर आज BSL 3 लैब जो कि डिटेक्ट करती है कोई नया वायरस आता है तो, लेकिन उसको लिमिटेशन सर ये सुनना होगा। आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, मैं ये जरूर अनुरोध करती हूँ कि क्यों सुनना होगा, क्योंकि BSL 3 का पता ही नहीं है BSL 3 है क्या। तो BSL 3 ऐसी लैब है कि जो खड़ी होने वाली है 4 लैब्स के रूप में, जो मोबाइल होगी कि जैसे कोरोना का वायरस आया हमें पता नहीं था, लेकिन अगर कोई नया वायरस आता है तो वो उसी जगह डिटेक्ट भी होगा और वो कंटेनमेंट जोन बनेगा ताकि वहां से फैले नहीं। तो ये सोच है सर, ये सोच की बात है। तो मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का, वो आगे की सोच को देख के इस तरीके के एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी को ला रहे हैं। मैं धन्यवाद देती हूँ।
माननीय जवाहर सरकार जी, माननीय जवाहर सरकार जी।
I want to ask one straight question.
Please put the
Sir,
question.
every time we ask such questions, they say health is a state subject, death is a state subject, life certificates are given by somebody else's picture. मैंने साफ समझने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि is the division between death and life, between good and bad, according to the federal system, to the states and central?
Please question.
What is all?
Please question.
Every time in education
Please
also
question.
you say the same.
Thank you.
So give me a straight answer.
Thank you. Thank you.
आदरणीय उपसभापति महोदय, ये बेसिक क्वेश्चन है और ये बेसिक क्वेश्चन जुड़ा होने के नाते हेल्थ इज अ स्टेट सब्जेक्ट है तो ये गलत नहीं है सर। ये फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर है, सेंट्रल के कुछ नियम होते हैं, उन नियमों के आधार पर काम होता है, स्टेट को कुछ नियम होते हैं उन आधार पर। सर हम जरूर ये कहते हैं कि हम मिलकर काम करते हैं, कोई भी सुविधा हम जो देते हैं तो हम स्टेट के हेल्थ को लेके ही करते हैं। हम ऐसा नहीं कहते हैं कि हम जिम्मेवारियां को टाल रहे हैं, लेकिन सर हम एक रिस्पेक्ट से कहते हैं कि हम जो भी सर आप सर जो भी हम फाइनेंस देते हैं सर वो स्टेट को ही अलॉट होता है सर, स्टेट ने ही वो नीचे देना है सर। हमारी NHM की जो विंग खड़ी है वो स्टेट के थ्रू ही जाती है सर। लेकिन जो आदरणीय सदस्य ने महोदय ने कहा कि जो भी इनपुट्स आते हैं सर वो स्टेट से ही आते हैं, तो हम उनका भी रिस्पेक्ट करके स्टेट के साथ ही जुड़े होकर काम कर रहे हैं और अच्छा काम किया है।
माननीय रामनाथ ठाकुर।
धन्यवाद उपसभापति महोदय। मैं आपके माध्यम से मंत्री जी से पूछना चाहता हूं कि समय सीमा के अंदर ऑक्सीजन से कितने लोग मरे, ऑक्सीजन के नहीं रहने के कारण कितने लोग मरे पूरे हिंदुस्तान में, स्टेज वाइज क्या माननीय सदस्यों को सूचना देने का काम करेंगी? धन्यवाद।
आदरणीय उपसभापति महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से ये जरूर कहना चाहूंगी कि इसका जवाब मैंने डिटेल पहले ही जो सवाल उठाया उसमें ही डिटेल विवरण दे दिया है और लिखित रूप में भी आज के जवाब में वो दिया है। फिर भी मैं फिर दोहराती हूँ कि सर वो जो डेथ्स है जो कि टोटल रिकॉर्ड डेथ्स जो कि स्टेट से आते हैं वो आज तक के है 5,20,358 डेथ ड्यू टू कोविड और जो कि स्टेट ने दिए हैं सर। माननीय सदस्य ने जो सवाल उठाया फिर एक बार दोहराती हूँ कि यूनियन गवर्नमेंट ने रिक्वेस्ट की थी सारे स्टेट्स यूटीज को कि वो डिटेल्स दे दे जो पूछा है, लेकिन आज के दौर पर 20 स्टेट्स एंड यूनिट्स ऐसे हैं कि जिन्होंने रिस्पॉन्ड किया है, लेकिन नन ऑफ द स्टेट्स एंड यूटीज हैव रिपोर्टेड कंफर्म डेथ्स ड्यू टू ऑक्सीजन शॉर्टेज। जैसे ही सर हम कोई बात छिपाना नहीं चाहते या बताना चाहते, ऐसी बात नहीं है, जो भी स्टेट से आता है आपको अवगत किया जाए।
धन्यवाद। क्वेश्चन नंबर 350, डॉक्टर वी शिवदासन। डॉक्टर वी शिवदासन एब्सेंट। माननीय शांतनु सेन जी।
Sir, in the given reply regarding COVID vaccination, our health ministry has categorically accepted that we are still far away from getting all the eligible citizens vaccinated by double dose. Sir, I am not here to give discredit to the government only, as the speakers from the Treasury branch are even busy in giving credit to the present government even during these question hours. But I am here to raise a specific question. Sir, we have been listening to several promises during this COVID vaccination. We have seen there is a sharp rise of COVID vaccination on International Yoga Day. We have seen a sharp vaccination rise.
Please, question, Dr.
Yeah, I am coming, sir. I am
Please.
coming. On the birthday of our learned Prime Minister, followed by sharp fall in vaccination. My question, which is a long-standing question in the mind of the people at large in the country, can our minister give a specific date? Because earlier I used to learn that by 31st of December 2021, all eligible citizens will be vaccinated by double dose. Forget about the booster dose.
Please,
My
question.
My minister, can she give a specific date by which all the eligible Indian citizens will be vaccinated by double dose?
Thank you.
उपसभापति महोदय, मैं पहले तो माननीय सांसद जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ कि जो चिंता का विषय है वो भी उन्होंने रखा कि वैक्सीन को लेके, लेकिन उसके पहले मैं ये जरूर कहना चाहूंगी कि भारत का सबसे अच्छा सबसे बड़ा वैक्सीन ड्राइव चला जो कि दुनिया ने देखा और जो हमारे बेनिफिशियरीज है
और लैंडसेट ने
उनको हमने भी देखा। सर सब जर्नल्स का भी हम विवरण लेते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये बात जरूर कहना चाहती हूँ, अगर आज 184 करोड़ को हम लोग पार कर रहे हैं, जिसमें कि फर्स्ट डोज 97% दिया गया है, सेकेंड डोज 85% दिया गया है, लेकिन सर उसमें भी मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि ये जो किया है हमने, ये सबको मिलके सबके प्रयासों से हुआ है। हर एक ने अपना, आदरणीय सांसद सभी बैठे हैं यहाँ पे, सभी ने अच्छा ध्यान दिया है। हर घर दस्तक भी चला, अनेक ऐसे प्रोग्राम्स चले, मीडिया ने भी सपोर्ट किया, इसी कारण ये सक्सेसफुली ड्राइव चला। लेकिन सर मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि ये वॉलंटरी है जो कि हमने लिखा भी है, जो 94 करोड़ बेनिफिशियरीज को हमने सामने रखा था। हमारी कमिटमेंट थी सर कि दुनिया में जो भी क्राइसिस चल रहे थे वैक्सीन को लेके, लेकिन भारत में ये नहीं होगा, भारत वैक्सीन अवेलेबल करेगा, वैक्सीन बनाएगा। वो सर कमिटमेंट पूरी कर दिया, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में ये वैक्सीन बना भी और सभी को दिया भी। लेकिन सर ये वॉलंटरी है। मैं माननीय सदस्य को बहुत ही अनुरोध करती हूँ और कहती हूँ कि अगर ये वॉलंटरी है, लेकिन फिर भी हम सब जुट जाए इस मुहिम में कि सबकी सुरक्षा को लेकर हम सबके प्रयास और बढ़े, ताकि जो रहे हैं हम उनमें दे सके।
माननीय दिग्विजय जी।
12 साल के ऊपर बच्चे व वयस्क, उनके लिए वैक्सीन आपने प्रोटोकॉल तय कर दिया। उन सभी भारतीयों को इस बात की चिंता है कि 12 साल से कम बच्चों के लिए अभी तक आपने कोई प्रोटोकॉल तय नहीं किया है, जबकि यूएसए और अधिकांश वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड और मिडिल ईस्ट में एज 5 से लेकर एज 11 तक प्रोटोकॉल मंजूर कर दिया है और वैक्सीनेशन प्रारंभ हो गया है। मेरा प्रश्न ये है कि भारत सरकार कब इस देश के बच्चे जो 12 साल से कम हैं, उनके लिए कब वैक्सीनेशन प्रोटोकॉल आप तय करेंगे, क्योंकि 6 महीने के बच्चों का भी प्रोटोकॉल के ऊपर काफी काम हुआ है।
दिग्विजय सर,
आदरणीय उपसभापति महोदय,
प्लीज एक मिनट माननीय दिग्विजय जी, आप सबसे पहले लंबे समय तक सत्ता में रहे हैं। अगर प्रावधान बना दिए होते कि सबसे अधिक आप ही को सवाल मिले तो मैं कर देता। धन्यवाद। प्लीज, नथिंग इज गोइंग ऑन रिकॉर्ड नाउ।
इसमें क्या
नथिंग इज गोइंग ऑन रिकॉर्ड।
धन्यवाद भी नहीं। प्लीज, ये भी पार्लियामेंट्री है।
माननीय सदस्य, आप जानते हैं हर चीज में अगर आप ही मांगेंगे प्रश्न तो आपके और दूसरे सदस्यों को दूं या ना दूं, ये भी व्यवस्था आपने कर दी होती, ये भी व्यवस्था आपने की होती तो मैं धन्यवाद देता। प्लीज।
आदरणीय उपसभापति महोदय, जो प्रश्न उठाया गया है जरूर ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है और सभी सुरक्षित रहे इस भावना को लेकर हम काम कर रहे हैं। इसमें बिल्कुल ही शंका जताने वाली बात नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि जो वैक्सीन का ड्राइव चला, जब वैक्सीन के जो भी प्रोटोकॉल्स तय हुए उसके लिए सर एक्सपर्ट ग्रुप होते हैं, साइंटिफिक एविडेंस होते हैं, ट्रायल्स होते हैं और उनके आधार पर वैक्सीन को मान्यता मिलती है। सर, उन्होंने कहा कि अनेक देशों में, लेकिन उन देशों के कंपैरेटिव आज भारत ने भी दिखा दिया है कि ओमिक्रॉन की वेव आई तो हम अच्छे सेफ रहे क्योंकि अच्छा वैक्सीनेशन कर पाए। सर, जरूर उन्होंने कहा है कि एज ग्रुप को लेकिन हम लगातार वो प्रोटोकॉल्स में जो प्रोटोकॉल्स लगे वो 60 इयर्स के हो, चाहे कोमॉर्बिड के हो या 45 इयर्स के हो या फिर अभी 15 से 18 हो या 12 से 14। सर, उन्होंने कहा कि माननीय सदस्य ने कहा 12 से नीचे। सर, मैं फिर एक बार जरूर कहना चाहूंगी कि जो रिकमेंडेशंस आते हैं, जो हमारे नेशनल टेक्निकल एडवाइजरी ग्रुप होती है जो इम्यूनाइजेशन पे स्टडी करती है, विवरण देखती है, कुछ ट्रायल्स होते हैं। सर, वो ट्रायल्स के जब रिपोर्ट्स आते हैं उसका वैक्सीन का क्या प्रभाव है, क्या एफिशिएंसी है, क्या उसका रिजल्ट है, उस आधार पर हम वो निर्णय लेते हैं। ये सर साइंटिफिक बेस एक निर्णय होता है, इसमें कोई कठिनाई नहीं है, लेकिन सर ये ट्रायल चल रहा है, उसके आधार पर ये काम रहेगा। मैं फिर एक बार आपके माध्यम से कहना चाहूंगी कि ये साइंटिफिक बेस
धन्यवाद
रिसर्च होती है।
डॉक्टर अशोक वाजपेयी जी, डॉक्टर अशोक वाजपेयी। साई जी।
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. Sir, in yesterday's conclave which was held at Pune, Dr. Adar Poonawala, who has come out with the vaccine Covishield and which proved very beneficial to one and all, not only in India but abroad also in foreign countries. He has expressed his doubts that booster, which was necessary and which had come out, those who have taken 2 doses are due for booster, and they had come out with the schedule also. Government has also declared it, but response is very poor from the people of
Please
India.
question.
Yeah. What steps are being taken? Because to travel abroad, to take foreign tours or something, that is necessary as he has expressed his apprehensions. May I know from the Honorable Minister through you, what steps are being taken to give this widespread knowledge of people to go for the booster?
Thank you.
के माध्यम से ये जरूर कहना चाहूंगी कि जो सवाल उठा है फिर एक बार बूस्टर डोज को लेके है, ये इसी बेस पे आधार करता है कि जो एनटैगी हमें रिपोर्ट करती है, उनके रिकमेंडेशंस आते हैं जो कि एक नेशनल टेक्निकल एडवाइजरी ग्रुप ऑफ इम्यूनाइजेशन पे काम करती है। सर, उनके रिपोर्ट के आधार पर ही हम निर्णय कर पाते हैं। जैसे ही उनके रिपोर्ट्स आते हैं हम वो प्रावधान करते हैं, ना कि किसी के स्टेटमेंट पे या ना कि किसी के पक्ष में। सर, हमारा काम यही है कि ये साइंटिफिक बेस रहे और जो कि एक वैक्सीन के बाद भी कुछ प्रावधान होते हैं जो देखने पड़ते हैं, ये सभी को लेके ये काम चल रहा है। मुझे लगता है अलग अलग ग्रुप में जो भी नोटिफिकेशन निकले हैं, गाइडलाइन निकले हैं, तो वो समय पर वो रिकमेंडेशन के आधार पर ही किए जाते हैं।
धन्यवाद। क्वेश्चन नंबर 351 पर हम आए, इसके पहले माननीय सदस्यगण में अनुरोध, आप हाथ उठाते हैं, यहाँ बाकायदे हम लोग नोट करते हैं, और जब समय पूछने का आता है तो आप अगर सीट पे मौजूद नहीं रहेंगे, नंबर 1, और नंबर 2 कि अपने सीमित समय में अगर क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछेंगे दूसरों को मौका नहीं मिलेगा। माननीय से हर्षवर्धन सिंह डूंगरपुर।
क्वेश्चन
माननीय मंत्री जी।
सर उत्तर सभा पटल पर रख दिया है।
फर्स्ट सप्लीमेंट्री।
Recently on 25th February, AIIMS institutions together have conducted an exhaustive survey and reported that warning labels have overwhelming acceptance by consumers of all strata. Is the Ministry of Health and Family acceptance of this study by renowned medical establishments like AIIMS, which recommended warning labels?
Thank you.
सर आदरणीय सदस्य ने जो प्रश्न उठाया है, जो लेबल को लेके है, जो फूड पैकेट्स पे आता है, तो मैं आदरणीय सदस्य को यही कहना चाहूंगी आपके माध्यम से, सर ये रेगुलेशंस जो नोटिफाई किए हैं फूड सेफ्टी एंड स्टैंडर्ड अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया ने, जो कि कहता है कि ये रेगुलेशंस में दिया गया है कि ये लेबल पे जो न्यूट्रिशनल इंफॉर्मेशन है जो कि कंट्रीब्यूट टू रिकमेंडेड डेली अलाउंस के आधार पर परसेंटेज के माध्यम से जो कि कंज्यूमर को एक विकल्प देने के लिए बने हैं, तो वो मैंडेटरी है। और इसको सर फॉर फूड बिजनेस ऑपरेटर्स को ये लेबल फूड पैकेज के लिए देने के लिए अभी शुरू होने वाला है।
सेकंड सप्लीमेंट्री।
सर आई हैव ओनली वन सप्लीमेंट्री।
माननीय संजय सिंह।
मंत्री जी से सवाल है कि ऐसे कितने मामले आपके विभाग के द्वारा हल किए गए या कितने मामले आपके सामने आए जिन पर आपका हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट कार्रवाई करता है, कितने लोगों पे आपने अब तक कार्रवाई की, क्या इसका कोई डाटा है? क्योंकि FSSAI का लेबल लगा के बहुत सारे लोग सामान अपना बेचते हैं जो वास्तव में आपके मानकों को पूरा नहीं करता, बावजूद इसके अगर वो बेच रहे हैं तो उन पे कितनी कार्रवाई हुई? और एक छोटा सा सवाल
हो गया संजय, इसी में 2 सवाल आपने संजय जी पूछ लिया। प्लीज
जी जरूर आदरणीय उपसभापति महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से ये सदस्य को अवगत कराना चाहती हूँ कि ये सवाल बहुत ही गंभीर है, जो कि एक फूड रिलेटेड जो अडल्ट्रेशन है उसके बारे में है, और ये फूड सेफ्टी एंड सिक्योरिटी स्टैंडर्ड्स के एक्ट के तहत जो भी एक्शन है वो लिए जाते हैं, जो कि अपने मानकों पे खरे नहीं उतरते हैं। तो वहाँ पे सर स्टेट में हमारे स्टेट कमिश्नर रहते हैं, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पर फूड ऑफिसर्स रहते हैं जो कि ये देखते हैं और तुरंत उन पे कार्रवाई भी की जाती है। आदरणीय सदस्य ने जो सवाल किया है इसके डिटेल्स, तो मैं जरूर ये कहना चाहूंगी कि लगातार इसमें 2019 20 21 में मुझे डिटेल्स है, लेकिन फिर भी उसमें नंबर ऑफ सैंपल्स अगर एनालिसिस किए हैं तो लास्ट ईयर के मैं कहूंगी तो लगभग 1 लाख सैंपल को सर एनालिसिस भी किया है। उसमें जो भी है उनको कंप्लेंट के आधार पर, पिनल कोड के आधार पर उनको एक्शन भी लिया है और वो स्टेट के तहत किया जाता है।
धन्यवाद। माननीय जया बच्चन जी।
मैक्सिमम कंज्यूमर्स बच्चे होते हैं और बहुत से पैकेजेस जो हैं वो जेन्युइन नहीं होते हैं, लेबल नहीं होते हैं। क्या सरकार कोई अपने एडवर्टाइजमेंट्स के थ्रू या कोई ऐसे प्रक्रिया के थ्रू जनता को अवगत कराएगी कि आपको ऐसे ऐसे जगह में जाके कंप्लेन करना है और कितने दिनों में इस कंप्लेन के ऊपर कार्रवाई की जाएगी? क्योंकि सर ये एक है मोनोसोडियम ग्लूटामेट, दिस इज फाउंड इन अ लॉट ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट्स विच इज वेरी वेरी हार्मफुल फॉर ह्यूमन लाइफ।
थैंक यू जय।
आदरणीय उपसभापति महोदय, जो भी सवाल माननीय सदस्य ने किया है तो ये एक गंभीर मुद्दा भी है, क्योंकि बच्चे लगातार कुछ खाते हैं तो उन्हें शायद पता नहीं है, ऐसे माननीय सदस्य का कहना है। लेकिन फिर भी सर हम यही कहते हैं कि जो भी रिकमेंडेशन के आधार पर जो भी स्टैंडर्ड को मेंटेन किए हुए हैं ये लेबल पे आना चाहिए, वो एक्ट के तहत मैंडेटरी है, और अगर वो नहीं है तो उन पे एक्शन भी लिया जाता है। फिर भी अगर अवेयरनेस के बारे में कहा जाए तो लगातार ये अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम चलता है मिनिस्ट्री के थ्रू, और हमारी फूड सेफ्टी को लेके, हाइजीन को लेके, हेल्दी डाइट को लेके, ट्रांस फैट को लेके ये अवेयरनेस किया जाता है। उसमें सर न्यूट्रिशनल इंफॉर्मेशन की भी ये दी जाती है। फूड सेफ्टी के आधार पर जो भी इश्यूज है वो भी उस माध्यम से दिए जाते हैं। सर ऑनलाइन भी हम उस पे काम कर रहे हैं कि जो अवेयर करे। उसके अलावा फिट इंडिया मूवमेंट चल रहा है, ईट टू राइट मूवमेंट चल रहा है, जिसके आधार पर हम कहते हैं कि क्या खाना जरूरी है और जो उचित है, लेकिन जो कंप्लेंट आती है तो उसको भी हम सॉल्व करते हैं।
माननीय महेश पोद्दार जी।
Thank you, Vice Chairman Sahab. Sir, the government has replied that nutritional information requires display of nutrients, but sir, there are many harmful ingredients like fat, salt, sugar, preservatives. It is not mandatory to specify them, and the result is that the consumer doesn't know how much to consume and what is the safe limit and what is beyond the limit. Sir, I think the government wants to make the people aware. So will they review and take the comprehensive view so that a person by seeing the level can know if I am exceeding the limit? Thank you.
सभापति महोदय, जो पहले ही मैंने कहा है कि जो भी उस कंटेंट में आता है, चाहे वो शुगर है, फैट है, सॉल्ट है, उसका विवरण उस पैकेट पे देना अनिवार्य है, जो कि हमारा फूड सेफ्टी एंड स्टैंडर्ड अथॉरिटी ऑफ लिमिटेड का जो नोटिफाइड रेगुलेशन है उसमें दिया है। लेकिन फिर भी अगर डेली अलाउंस में कितना खाना है और कितनी हमारी मार्किंग है न्यूट्रिशन की, तो उस माध्यम से ये भी मैंडेटरी किया है कि वो उस लेबल पे आए, ताकि एक विकल्प चुन सके कि इसमें क्या हानिकारक हो सकता है।
धन्यवाद। नाउ क्वेश्चन नंबर 352 ऑनरेबल KRN राजेश कुमार। माननीय मंत्री जी।
जवाब सभापति पर रखा गया। सभापति महोदय।
राजेश जी, पुट योर फर्स्ट सप्लीमेंट्री।
Honorable Deputy Chairman Sir, first I thank you, this August House member and the ministers, because today the question is reached the serial number 7.
Thank to all. Thanks to all your colleagues.
Okay.
Please.
Sir, whether Indian agriculture sector will face the impact arising of the hostilities between Russia and Ukraine, which are expected to push up the prices, availability of potash, a key component used in the manufacturing of the fertilizers. If so, what are the steps intended to be taken up the government?
Thank you, Rajesh.
पति महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से इस सभागृह को और पूरा देश के किसानों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि पिछला साल भी भारत के किसान उर्वर को लेकर के बड़ी चिंता थी, लेकिन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व में समय समय पर निर्णय लेकर के भारत के किसानों को उर्वरक समय पर और सही दाम पर हमने पूरा कर दिया है। और इस साल भी आने वाला रबी और खरीफ के लिए भी भारत सरकार माननीय नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में उनका मार्गदर्शन में पूरा आश्वस्त कर रखा है, ऐसा कोई परेशानी नहीं होगा। और जो कीमत आज दे रहे हैं, बल्कि दुनिया में जिसका फीड स्टॉक की कीमत 4 दुगना 5 दुगना बढ़ा है, लेकिन भारत सरकार प्रतिबद्ध है, जो कीमत है वही कीमत पर हम किसानों को पूरा करेंगे।
सेकंड सप्लीमेंट।
Indian Farmer Fertilizers Cooperative Organization is the largest producer of fertilizers as of now. It was under the Ministry of C&F. It is a relevant ministry. Logically, IFCO should work under the C&F ministry for better execution. Why the ministry has decided to transfer this organization to the Ministry of Cooperation?
Thank you.
उपसभापति महोदय, ये कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर ही है इफको, इसी के लिए वो सेक्टर में वो काम करती है, लेकिन भारत सरकार का दिशा निर्देशन के अंदर ही हमारा जो एनबीएस के आधार पर जो हम प्रोड्यूसन करते हैं वो हमारा नियम के तहत ही वो प्रोडक्शन करके हम किसानों को देते हैं। उपसभापति
धन्यवाद। माननीय कामाख्या प्रसाद तासा जी।
मंत्री जी का आंसर देखा, मंत्री जी काफी डिटेल से बताया है। मेरा क्वेश्चन है सर, आसाम में एक फर्टिलाइजर फैक्ट्री है, उसका नाम है ब्रह्मपुत्र वैली फर्टिलाइजर कॉर्पोरेशन लिमिटेड। इसका यूनिट 1 और 2 बंद हो चुका है। 3 के लिए ऑनरेबल हम लोग का सरदार फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने 100 करोड़ का एक पैकेज दिया था, वो पैकेज का क्या हुआ? और 4th यूनिट जो है नहीं होने से 3rd यूनिट भी बंद हो जाएगा, क्योंकि नॉर्थ ईस्ट में EI पूर्ति जो है ये फुलफिल करता है, ये एक ही फर्टिलाइजर कंपनी है। इसका यूनिट 2 और 3 बंद हो, 1, 2 बंद हुआ, 3 के लिए 100 करोड़ दिया, उसका क्या हुआ? 4 कप।
धन्यवाद कामाख्या जी।
BVFCL का यूनिट को हम लोग नेशनल यूरिया पॉलिसी के अंतर्गत हमने 21 मई 2015 को हमने उनको परमिशन दिया है, ताकि इसके अंदर वो फिर से एक बार चालू करने के लिए, इतना हम बताते सकते हैं उपसभापति महोदय।
माननीय त्रिचु शिवा जी, ऑनरेबल त्रिचु शिवा, योर क्वेश्चन इज ऑन दिस। Yes, supplementary.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. Sir, the new NUP 2015, with the objective of maximizing indigenous urea production, promoting energy efficiency in urea production, and rationalizing subsidy burden on the government. So, my question to the minister is, while rationalizing a subsidy burden to the government, will it not be transferring it on the shoulders of the farmers? Because already the farmers are suffering of not getting due and genuine price for the produce, but the input costs have increased. So when the subsidy has been reduced and shouldered on the burden on the shoulders of the farmers, will it not burden them? And do you consider of?
Thank you. Have put your question
yes,
already.
Will you consider of the problems that are faced by the farmers because of the hiking the prices of?
Thank you.
उपसभापति महोदय, नेशनल यूरिया पॉलिसी के अंतर्गत जो मैक्सिमाइजिंग इंडिजिनियस यूरिया प्रोडक्शन, प्रोमोटिंग एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी, ये मुद्दा लेकर के हम आए थे। इसी के अंतर्गत देश के अंदर 25 ऐसे गैस बेस्ड प्रोजेक्ट हमने उसको गैस बेस्ड पर कन्वर्ट करके उनको हमने चालू किया है। इसी का नतीजे से करीब 25 से आई विल कम बैक,
लेट हिम प्लीज लिसन हिम,
नो इश्यू। पिछला 14 साल मतलब 2014 से के बाद अगर कंपेयर करें तो 20 से 25 लाख मेट्रिक टन हमने उत्पादन ज्यादा किया है। तो सदस्य का क्वेश्चन है कि फीड स्टॉक का कीमत वगैरह बढ़ने के बावजूद ये ट्रांसफर जो रैशनलाइजेशन किसानों के ऊपर बोझ बढ़ेगा, किसी हालत में किसानों के ऊपर बोझ मोदी सरकार नहीं बढ़ने देता, क्योंकि BE 2021 और 22 के अंदर बढ़ने नहीं देगा। सुनिए इधर, 2021 और 22 का BE आप देख लीजिए, बजट के अंदर 83,548 करोड़ रखा था, लेकिन इंटरनेशनल मार्केट के अंदर सभी फीड स्टॉक का कीमत बढ़ने के बावजूद भारत सरकार, नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व वाली सरकार, उसको सब्सिडी बढ़ाते हुए आरी के अंदर 1,62,072 करोड़ रुपए हमने बढ़ा दिया, लेकिन किसानों के ऊपर हमने बोझ नहीं बढ़ा दिया। और इसी के अलावा इस साल भी हमारा बजट के अंदर पिछले साल का बजट एस्टिमेट से भी ज्यादा पैसा रख करके 1,09,242 करोड़ माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने दिया। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। पिछले साल से भी हम लोग 25,654 करोड़ रुपए बजट के अंदर परियोजना ज्यादा किया है। फिर भी इस साल अगर बढ़ने के बावजूद भी फिर आरी के अंदर नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी की सरकार किसानों के ऊपर किसी हालत में बड़ा नहीं बढ़ने देंगे, ये विश्वास देता हूँ।
धन्यवाद। माननीय जयप्रकाश निषाद जी, प्लीज। माननीय जयप्रकाश निषाद जी।
सबसे पहले तो मैं इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी को बधाई देता हूं कि बहुत सारे उर्वरक कारखाने बंद हो गए थे, उन्होंने बना के किसानों के जीवन में खुशहाली लाने का काम किया है। माननीय मंत्री जी से मैं जानना चाहता हूं, क्या माननीय मंत्री जी बताने की कृपा करेंगे कि गोरखपुर में जो खाद कारखाना बन के तैयार है, क्या किसानों के लिए भरपूर मात्रा में उर्वरक समय से देने का काम करेंगे?
गोरखपुर पिछला फरवरी के अंदर कमीशन हो चुका है, अभी उसका प्रोडक्शन चालू है। तो निश्चित रूप में हमारा एनआईपी और एनयूपी के तहत जो इतना प्लांट हमने खड़ा कर रखा है, इसी के लिए आत्मनिर्भर इस उर्वरक के अंदर देश बने, इसी का एक मुद्दा लेकर के कोया था। तो करीब करीब आने वाले दिनों के अंदर 1,04,000 मेट्रिक टन यूरिया देश के अंदर बनेगा और निश्चित रूप से किसानों को हमारे इंडिजिनियस प्रोडक्शन मिलेगा।
क्वेश्चन नंबर 353 माननीय श्री जीसी चंद्रशेखर जी। माननीय श्री जी, प्लीज।
क्वेश्चन नंबर 353 सर।
माननीय मंत्री जी।
सर उत्तर सभा पटल पर रख दिया।
फर्स्ट सप्लीमेंट्री।
Sir, rural India doctor to patient ratio is around 1:10,926 as per National Health Profile 2019. In our state, Uttar Kannada district, if any emergency occurs in Sirsi Taluk, the patient has to go travel around 2.5 hours, 100 kilometers to Hubli or Shivamogga around 3.5 kilometers.
Ji, question hour is over now, please.
Sir, this is the third time, sir, it is happening like.
Now, we are taking this bill, the Chartered Accountants, the Cost and Works Accountants and the Company Secretaries Amendment Bill 2022. Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman to move a motion for consideration of the Chartered Accountants, the Cost and Works Accountants and the Company Secretaries Amendment Bill 2022.
Sir, I rise to move that the bill further to amend the Chartered Accountants Act 1949, the Cost and Works Accountants Act 1959 and the Company Secretaries Act 1980 as passed by the Lok Sabha be taken into consideration.
Honorable Minister, आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे?
So I'll do it to my reply.
Thank you. Motion moved. There is one amendment by Sri John Britas for reference of the Chartered Accountants, the Cost and Works Accountants and the Company Secretaries Amendment Bill 2022 as passed by Lok Sabha to a select committee of the Rajya Sabha. Member may move his amendment at this stage without any speech. Sri John Britas, Honorable John Britas, absent. So motion not moved. So now debate and Dr. L. You have 10 minutes, Hanumantayya ji.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. The Chartered Accountants, Cost and Works Accountants and the Company Secretaries Bill 2021 was introduced in the Lok Sabha on 17 December 2021. It was referred to Standing Committee on 21st December and passed in Lok Sabha on 30th March 22. Sir, this bill amends the Chartered Accountants Act 1949, Cost and Works Accountants Act 1959 and the Company Secretaries Act 1980 to change the disciplinary mechanism under the three professional bodies of CA, CS and cost accountants. Sir, this bill seeks to bring more scrutiny and autonomy in the functioning of these three professional institutes, namely the Institute of Chartered Accountants, Cost Accountants and Company Secretaries of India. Sir, the statement and objects and reasons of this bill states that amendments are as per recommendations of the High Power Committee created under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, aimed at strengthening the existing mechanism of this functioning of three institutes. Sir, now the bill makes provisions for a non-chartered accountant as per the presiding officer of the disciplinary committee which could hamper the professional functioning of the committee. See, the other professional bodies like Medical Council or the Bar Council are headed by professionals who understand the nuisances of industry and bring in experience and expertise. And how would a non-CA understand the technical nuisances of the issues in front of the committee? Is my first question. Sir, the second question is, external members still decided by same institutes. Sir, I just wanted to, Section 9A, very broad coordination committee is proposed under this bill. Sir, existing mechanism is taking care of the required coordination between the institutes. Under Section 17 of the CA Act, as a non-standing committee, the coordination committee of all the three institutes already exists. And I wanted to ask, what is the purpose of making this coordination committee? This may be made as standing committee. This is my suggestion. Sir, Section 21A and 21B of this bill, 2 CAs, 3 non-chartered accountants or presiding officers will be 1 out of 3 non-CAs is made the provision. But the non-chartered accountants should not be the presiding officers of this disciplinary committee. The reason being, sir, it is because application of complex accounting, the functioning standards, auditing standards, code of ethics, taxation, GST, customs, money laundering, etc. required in case of professional misconduct by the CA, by the chartered accountant. So only the chartered accountant may fully appreciate these type of cases which are coming into this disciplinary committee. So I request the non-chartered accountants should not be the presiding officers of this disciplinary committee. That is my another request, sir. Sir, Section 20C says any firm which has been declared from undertaking any activity or activities relating to the profession of a chartered accountant into the profession, the practice under any law, time being in force or any competent court. Sir, this Section 20C, there may be a serious consequences if firms are removed. That is very, very important. So this provision should not be there, so that the one more problem in this is, these committees are, this department itself is self-funding department. Government is not spending even any amount on these 3 institutes. Their studying is independent, the students are being funded by their parents, and the committees are running under the fees collected by the students. When that is the case, the government's interference as much as possible should not be to the long way. It should be allowed, the autonomy of these bodies should be allowed, and the government also interested in allowing the autonomy of these bodies. But on the other hand, backside of the door, they wanted to enter and control all the institutes, which is not correct. Sir, as per the Section 20A, Register of Firms has been made a separate chapter. Of course, that is okay and good. I agree with it. If the name of the firm is registered outside India, then identical or similar name should not be registered in India is the condition. Sir, how do you verify this? I wanted to know from the Honorable Finance Minister in this case, if the same name is registered outside India, many a times the Indian people who are wanted to register may not be able to get these names, so that if there is repetition, it will be disqualified. That should not be allowed, and I wanted that section has to be corrected properly. So verification of names registered outside India through one single window agency, which may lead to verification of name, may be very difficult. So we should not put people into trouble just by names. So that is what my request is. Sir, section 19(2) and 20(b), in these two, in the register of members, firms' inclusion of information pertaining to pendency of actionable cases. Sir, this entry of pendency of actionable complaint or information, the cases should be made only after the member or the firm held guilty by the board of director or disciplinary committee and the final order is passed. Sir, here there is a problem. During the process, if a firm or a person, his name is announced here, he will have the adverse effect. So unless the final order is passed, his name should not be published. That is another request by me. So I am requesting section 21(8) as per the bill, non-withdrawal of the complaint filed with this disciplinary directorate under any circumstances is the condition. Sir, I just wanted to ask the Honorable Finance Minister again, if anybody files a submission or files to the disciplinary directorate, if they are not allowed to withdraw their own things after the correction by them, what is the problem for the disciplinary committee is my question. Why it should not be allowed to withdraw? Sir, can we be so strict that treating these firms, treating these persons as criminals under these acts? So I sincerely request the government allowing withdrawal of the complaint filed before them must be there. It should be there because the person who has filed any complaint, filed his own cases, can be allowed to withdraw. But the bill doesn't say so. That is very, very strict and it should not be there according to me. Sir, section 21(9) says availability of the status of actionable information. Availability of status of actionable information and complaints pending before the disciplinary directorate or the board of directorate or the disciplinary committee. This only after final order is made by the BOD, which I have already said. See, unless...
Please wind up now.
I will do it, sir. Unless the board of directorate or the disciplinary committee are made available in public domain, then the firm will have the adverse effect in the public domain. Afterwards, if the case is going to be in his favor, the firm may not get any business afterwards. He may not be able to practice at all. So that is the reason I request the Honorable Minister allow these only after the final decision is done by the Board of Director. So these are my submissions under this bill, sir.
Thank you.
After correcting this bill, this can be passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sri Suresh Prabhu.
So thank you, sir. And I know this is in a way a very important piece of legislation, bringing amendments to some of the very important institutions, professional bodies that function in the country. As we know, when we want to accelerate the rate of growth of Indian economy, it is obvious that a main important responsibility will be that of the corporate sector. Because as the finance minister said in a budget speech, as well as reiterated it on a number of other occasions, that we must boost private investment. Besides public investment, which is really now responsible for bringing in a very good, respectable rate of growth for the Indian economy, we must have a corresponding boost from the Indian private sector, which is actually called a corporate sector. There are, of course, non-corporate sector entities as well, but major burden lies on the corporate sector. But the corporate sector's functioning, therefore, becomes very important. How do you ensure that a corporate sector which collects monies from the secondary market, from the primary market, put it back as equity or even loans, they borrow from the banks as well as from others. How do you ensure that this corporate sector functions properly? So, in a collective wisdom of this parliament, we passed a law just 2 years after the independence, way back in 1949, when we created Indian Chartered Accountant Institute, we created subsequently Cost and Works Accountant Institute, also Company Secretaries Institute. These are the three major professional bodies which have a very important role to play in ensuring that corporate sector functions properly, and they have to also make sure that their own function is also transparent. How can you guarantee that a sector which has to rely on such entities and the members who are getting the membership flowing out of the charter of these institutes, how do they maintain properly? So their functioning also has to be proper. So therefore, this is a very important legislation, I would feel, which are trying to deal with the various aspects related to these. There are, of course, few provisions which are sought to be amended. Let me, first of all, Honorable Chairperson, I would like to disclose my interest. I am a chartered accountant by training, and I used to also practice as a chartered accountant for quite some time before, I don't know, rightly, wrongly, I decided to come into public life, and now I completed 40 years in public life, 26 years in the parliament. So I don't know, it was a right decision, wrong decision, I don't know.
For us, it's a right decision, Mr. Prabhu.
I am a chartered accountant by training, that's why I want to disclose that and tell you that in that context I am speaking. So, I was asking my institute of which I am a member, that I heard that you are opposing this bill tooth and nail. I said, why are you opposing it? They said, no, I think there is some misconception, we are not opposing. So I said, where are you supporting? So I collected from them that they are almost on several points, they have accepted a proposal which was mooted by the ministry. So it's a good thing that there was a dialogue between the government and I, knowing my Honorable Minister who I have worked for many, many years, that she will definitely consult somebody without doing anything like this, so I really appreciate it. So therefore, it is not true that Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, I cannot speak on behalf of the other two institutes because I am not a member of them, but they are not fully opposed everything that has been said in the bill. So there have been a lot of acceptance of the proposal, including determining the fee for the entry of the name in the register, powers to discipline chartered accountant firms, that is section 20A, 21A, 21B, increasing quantum of punishment, maintenance of register of firms, duration of council term, finance of the council, increasing the penalty for falsely claiming to be a member, etc., etc. So now, this is a good thing that new amendments are being proposed. The stakeholders were consulted, and therefore, in that spirit, I feel it is also necessary to understand if there are any apprehensions on the part of members of the Chartered Accountant Institute as well as other institutes. So on the first one, I think this is very important to note, is related to disciplinary action to be taken. As we know, no one can dispute the fact that every institute and every member of that institute must function in a manner which has to be firstly in accordance with the law, but also in line with the professional conduct rules that have been framed from time to time. And the regulation of that, ideally, should be self-regulation. In fact, the former president of the institute is also sitting here. So, it should be in regulation, should be such that it should be done in a transparent way, but also must inspire confidence of the society. It is true that some instances that have happened in the last several years, people are questioning about this issue. So I can understand the response, but I will only point out to my the Honourable Minister about the certain issues which are related to this. So number one, the provision related to the Constitution of Board of Discipline, which is sought to amend Section 21A(1) and Section 21B(1). We are trying to propose that there should be 3 non-chartered accountants besides 2 chartered accountants. I would like to just point out one important issue related to this. See, normally, the disciplinary action will be taken when there is a professional misconduct. The professional misconduct will arise out of, normally, most of the professional misconduct. There can be complaints like fighting between the partners of the chartered accountant firm. There could be issues related to certain other issues which are really speaking not professional as such, though related to professional chartered accountant firm, but not professional in that sense of the term. So what is professional misconduct largely will accrue, will come out of a very important issue related to balance sheet and profit loss account, broadly you can say financial statements. Now these financial statements had to be prepared, and I was saying in context of, there is another chartered accountant sitting here, Mr. Gujral. So these statements which are prepared in case of corporate sector, particularly largely which are related to us, under the Companies Act. So there was a provision in Companies Act 1956, and when we repealed that act, we replaced it with some other new code. The provision still subsists in the same way. And what does it say? It says an auditor has to certify the balance sheet and profit loss account, the financial statements, to be true and fair. See, very important part. When you say true and fair, it is not even our intention of this legislation, our parliament, about how the auditor should certify. In that we said they should certify that should true and fair. It is fair, the word fair. What is fair is a very subjective term. The fairness, if my son will think I am not fair to him, my son's friend will think his father is fair to him. What is fairness will differ from person to person. A very subjective assessment. Now my point is, if a subjective assessment is the cause of discipline, disciplinary action, in that case, let it be left to the judgment of the professionals. How can you decide the fairness of a financial statement which is so technical in nature when a non-chartered accountant can sit on judgment and decide about it? Let us look at it, sir. If there are normally, in a medical cases also, there are a lot of misconduct possible. The Indian Medical Council goes into it. But suppose if you are looking at a medical procedure, whether it was done rightly or wrongly, can it be decided by a non-medical professional? Can you tell a non-doctor to say that please tell me that whether this surgical procedure was corrected properly or not? And if it comes to judgment like this, what would be the effect of that? Suppose because I am a chartered accountant, I can say I know everything, and if I sit on judgment to decide whether that medical procedure was right or wrong and I give a judgment, what implications it will have? So I am not saying that fairness of a financial statement is important, but the fairness of these proceedings also are important. Therefore, I understand why it is proposed by the government that non-chartered accountant. But will it suffice the purpose for which it is made? Will it achieve the objective? Or it will create some unintended wrong consequences? Because then I am going to sit on judgment and say, oh no, this is wrong. What is my technical competence to decide that? And therefore, this is extremely important. There is another chartered accountant. I discovered he is a chartered accountant recently, Mr. Arun Singh. So we are very few. We are a minority. So please bear with us. So So, sir, I was saying that this disciplinary action to be taken, and as I said, largely it flows from financial statements, and as I said, financial statements are also certified in a way that should not be done to give an impression about a statement which is completely wrong or misleading. So, what is misleading and what is wrong is actually very important. And therefore, all over the world, because this is what is the practice followed most of the countries in the world, at least the advanced ones, what is important therefore is, there has to be some sort of a codification of this. How do you make sure that true and fairness has been achieved when the balance sheet was signed by chartered accountant or the auditor in that case? So auditing is a technical term which we use. But what is auditing really speaking? End of it, you are giving an assurance. So audit is a function which gives assurance to all those who want to rely on the statement. So it's a public statement, public document, and in case of companies, obviously it's a public document. It is available on the website of Register of Companies, anybody can access it. In case of listed companies, it is available with the stock exchanges, respective stock exchanges where you are listed. So in this case, it is very important that there is an auditing standard on auditing SA 200. What does it say? Sir, it says, overall objectives of the independent auditor and the conduct of an audit according to standards on auditing is the mother standard of all standards. And it also says that it is an assurance which is given in a way that provides reasonable assurance about the financial statement of the company. Now, what is reasonable is very important. So, there is a concept of materiality in auditing. Because when you audit companies, and Indian companies are also now becoming bigger and bigger, we have large companies. So, you cannot conduct the audit of those companies unless you use the concept of materiality. You use materiality and find out whether this particular aspect is material in nature, that's why I should report on it, and therefore you can qualify the report. So even though you say it's a true and fair picture of the company, you can qualify your statement as an auditor. In that qualification, you will say something which is material in nature. So my request is, considering all these important aspects of this, while I understand why this government is thinking on these lines, but I personally feel there is a need for a serious rethink about a composition of Constitutional Board of Discipline in which no harm having an outsider. This is absolutely a part of fairness. But the numbers should not be such that we'll have non-chartered accountants outnumbering chartered accountants who are qualified to do that. And I give an example of doctors. Suppose if you sit a medical board in which you get 10 people, of which 8 are non-doctors, what would be the finding of that medical board would mean, end of the day. So I think this is something which I request the Honorable Minister, and I've known her for years. She's a most reasonable person, so we will definitely look into it. If not now, I'm not proposing amendment, but I'm sure over a period of time, you will definitely look into this. The second part which has just been mentioned, and this is something which I was wondering why there should not be, if under section 21(8), anybody can file a complaint against a professional body or a professional member of that body, rightly so. It has to be like that. But when you file a complaint, it should be taken to the logical end. What is logical end? The logical end would mean that the complaint should be heard by appropriate authorities, should be disposed of in a manner after probably giving even judgment on that particular process. But during the pendency of that complaint, it is always possible that you can withdraw the complaint. Sir, even in the courts, if you file a petition, the courts allow you to withdraw. Of course, you need to seek their permission. Here in this house, if I present a bill, I will seek the permission of the house, but then I can withdraw the bill. So I don't know why there should be a provision which does not allow the withdrawal of complaint. Because complaint has to be taken to logical end, I am fully agreeing. But for whatever reason, I decided to file a complaint, and then I realized that probably it was not the way it should have been filed, or the merit of that complaint I was not knowing at that particular time. whatever could be the reason. But I think there is a need to also allow the withdrawal of complaint rather than saying this. Of course, there are provisions which is trying to bring in more coordination between the three bodies. I am told there is already a coordination between the three bodies. Of course, there is a reason to bring it. I only feel that when you decide the terms of reference of these coordination committees, which is going to be chaired by the Secretary of the Corporate Affairs Ministry, should be done in a way that we must realize that there are three distinct bodies dealing with three distinct functions, though related to main sector, corporate sector, but completely different functions. And that's why in the wisdom of this parliament, we decided to have three different bodies. We never, otherwise we could have made one single body. But we realized that there is need to have three different bodies. And when we have three different bodies, coordination is always a good idea, there is nothing wrong. But making sure that this coordination will happen in a way, keeping in mind the distinct identities as well as the different role of these individual professional bodies. I think that's something, if it is done properly, would really help in a very important way. I also feel that the removal of firms, I think, Madam Minister, I would like to just bring it to your attention, something which again is an important aspect. Ultimately, if you find that a particular professional member has not done a good job and it is finally concluded, so then the end will definitely happen in the removal of his membership, rightly so, because that's the ultimate punishment you can give. Because if you feel that he's not performing his professional duties rightly, what right he has got to continue to be a member, understandable. But there are instances, because we have multiple regulators in the country. There is a capital market regulator, SEBI. There is a banking regulator, Reserve Bank of India. There is an insurance regulator, IRDA. And there are multiple regulators, even for pension fund, we are regulators of different kinds. Suppose if one of the regulators, for whatever reason, points out that there is something wrong and this firm or this member is not done a correct job, you should not then jump to conclusion immediately to remove his name from the register of members. That is what might happen, and that is something which will be unfair and even denial of natural justice. And also, in what context other regulators, because we are now creating even a disciplinary committee here. So let the disciplinary committee deciding about it is understandable and logical. But because of certain adverse findings on some other context by other regulator or other bodies, not necessarily regulators as well, if we are going to finally terminate a membership, it will be very unfair. So I'm sure that is not her intention, and therefore I'm sure you will take note of this eventually. But I know it is not your intention, I'm just pointing out to you that what would be the situation as a result of that. But coming to the very important aspect, sir, this is a time that we have a great opportunity to bring about huge increase in our service exports. So luckily, I have succeeded the finance minister as commerce industry minister, and I have known the good work that she had done, and I'm not sure I could carry forward such a good work as she did. But the huge potential for service exports, and our service exports will rise faster than merchandise exports over a period of time. And in service exports, one of the services that we can export in a significant way is this professional service which are coming from these three institutes. Whether chartered accountants, whether cost accountants, or whether company secretary institute and the members can actually bring about a huge increase in their export earnings and also create huge job opportunities. There are many possibilities that you can render these services offshore. Sir, this particular pandemic has shown that most of the work now is carried out from distant places. So just imagine in all these financial services, in auditing, in taxation. Auditing, of course, is a regulator subject because you have to do audit, you have to be registered in that particular jurisdiction. But otherwise, you can carry out such services in a very efficient way, remotely. And there offers a great opportunity for all these three professional bodies. So in that context, we must strengthen them, make them more effective, make them more efficient. And there are a number of young chartered accountants who are now wanting to be chartered accountants, despite the fact that they could see not a good chartered accountant like me, but still they want to become chartered accountants. And I know that this is possible, that we can create huge employment opportunities for these not millions, but few lakh chartered accountants or aspiring chartered accountants. And cost accountant, company secretary, the number will be higher. So I feel, realizing this, we should keep, I'm just going. So we'll really need to strengthen these professional bodies. I'm sure we'll take these appropriate measures along with this amendment that we are doing. We'll also work on ensuring that this potential that these particular 3 professional bodies hold will be exploited to the fullest. Sir, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prabhu. The next speaker is Srimati Mausam Noor.
Thank you, sir. I rise today to oppose the Chartered Accounts, Cost and Works Accounts and Company Secretaries Amendment Bill. And I'd like to thank my party for giving me an opportunity to speak on this important bill. Sir, let me begin by pointing out on behalf of All India Trinamool Congress that something fundamental has changed in how our parliament functions. While this particular bill has been scrutinized by the Standing Committee, the scrutiny percentage of bills in general has fallen. So in the 15 Lok Sabha, it was 71%. In the 16 Lok Sabha, it dropped to 25%. What is the number now? In the 17 Lok Sabha, as of December 2021, it was a dismal 13%. Sir, my question is the government taking the parliament for granted? Sir, this government is not allowing the discussions on national issues which are affecting the masses, such as the burning issue of price rise. Bills such as these are important to ensure prevention of white-collar crimes and high-value fraud. But what about the loot happening to the common people today in the name of fuel price hike?
We are discussing cost and chartered accountant.
On their livelihoods.
Speak on the bill. Speak on the bill.
Shameful that we as their elected representatives are prevented from speaking on it in Parliament. Sir, I would like to state the grounds on why I rise to oppose this bill. Sir, number one, this amendment bill proposes a radical change in the composition of the bodies which regulate the functioning of important members of the financial sector. This bill proposes the presiding officer of disciplinary boards formed be a government nominee and not a member of the institutes. In case an additional board is formed by any of the 3 committees, the presiding officer and one of the 2 members must not be members of the institute and will be chosen from a roster of people provided by the government. So not only does this allow for non-sector experts to influence the functioning of an industry-specific institute, but also gives the union government the power to interfere in the matters of a trade body. This is in direct contradiction to one of the government's favorite achievements, ease of doing business. What happened to the 2014 promise of minimum government and maximum governance? The inclusion of non-domain experts into the body and as the president is detrimental to both quality and morale. While there has been instances of accounting fraud, bringing in an outsider to regulate the sector may lead to situations where the outsider has no expertise and is unable to understand and suitably check fraud. So my second point would be the bill does not address the issue of ICAI whimsical censoring. Sir, in the recent past, ICAI has used the penal provisions to arbitrarily censor the content that some chartered accountants posted on social media. So the new bill does not address this issue. A suitable middle ground must be reached between the need to regulate by the government and prevent outreach by the members and the need for domain expertise in regulating such a technical field. In other technical institutions, such as the Bar Council of India too, the members are from the field. The government, however, seems to be making a habit of stepping into expert fields as it has done with the National Medical Commission. While government nominated members can provide requisite regulatory oversight, there must be a way of ensuring they are people with the necessary domain expertise. So the third point, the bill provides for disclosure of pending complaints or actionable information against members and firms. Disclosing details of pending complaints before finding guilt may tarnish their professional reputation and goes against the first principles of grievance redressal, that complaints be evaluated and acted upon in a free and fair manner. Any premature disclosure is not only against the judicial decision-making process, but also an open invitation to unethical interference. We can't be living in a country where we shoot first and ask questions later. We live with the rule of law, where people are presumed innocent until proven guilty. This should apply in financial cases as much as in criminal cases. Sir, I would like to end with one last comment. The ICAI has criticized the Chartered Accounts Act 1949 for leaving the definition of other misconduct open-ended, calling this terminology vague. The present amendment does not address the ambiguity of this definition. If anything, the proposed changes widen the scope of said ambiguity, as any matter could easily be categorized as misconduct, and now the government's nominees are in the body to nudge it towards taking this interpretation. The absence of clearly defined parameters, coupled with the government's presence within the institute, could set a dangerous precedent for obscure and intrusive functioning. Sir, I conclude by asking the Centre, what really is the policy? Minimum government and maximum governance, or maximum government and zero governance? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sri P. Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Sir, I first of all thank that the bill is debated, because whenever a bill is passed without any debate, it is called as a black letter law. The Honorable Chief Justice of India has deprecated these types of practices, that bill being passed without any debate, and therefore I thank you, sir, for debating on this bill. Sir, this bill brings in amendments to 3 principal acts, namely the Chartered Accountants Act 1949, the Cost and Works Accountant Act 1959, the Company Secretaries Act 1980, and the major amendment is the revamping of the Board of Discipline and Disciplinary Committee under these acts. Sir, no doubt I would first of all appreciate Honorable Finance Minister that the intention is to finish the disciplinary proceedings in a time-bound manner. But in this amendment bill, there are a lot of infirmities which I would like to place before this august House. Sir, the bill seems to curtail the role of the professionals and the elected representatives of the governing council in each of the professional institutes, in the disciplinary bodies and in the disciplinary matters. Sir, first of all, I would say clause 21(8) says that you can't withdraw a complaint given to a body. Sir, my question is, how can you prevent a person from withdrawing the complaint? You can't compel a person to prosecute a complaint which is not interested in it. Therefore, sir, this is going against the well-settled legal principles. Sir, there are 2 disciplinary bodies, namely Board of Discipline, which acts as a disciplinary authority in case of misconducts falling under the first schedule, and is empowered to impose minor penalties like censure, temporary suspension up to 6 months, and fine of ₹1 lakh, and which is now increased to 2 lakhs under the amendment bill. The other disciplinary authority, sir, is the disciplinary committee, which deals with the second schedule misconducts and is capable of imposing punishment not only restricted to censure, but permanent removal or removal for any specific period, and impose fine which may extend to 5 lakhs, which is now increased to 10 lakhs under the amendment bill. Sir, reading of clause 22 of the bill shows that the Board of Discipline constituted under the original section 21A is now substituted with a new provision wherein it is revamped.
Earlier, the Board of Discipline had 3 members, wherein all of them could be the members of that institute of the same profession. Out of the 3 members, 2 would be nominated by the council, including the presiding officer, and 1 by the union government. Sir, in the amendment bill, the present Board of Discipline under clause 22 will have only 1 member nominated by the council, and other 2 members should not necessarily be the members belonging to the institute. Thus, the lay persons are brought inside this disciplinary committee. Sir, what they have to do with this professional body, sir, that too in disciplinary matters. Sir, the presiding officer of the Board of Discipline will now be a non-member. He is a lay person. Thus, the professional or the members of the institute is reduced to 1 in the Board of Discipline, which is empowered to impose minor punishment. Furthermore, the power to nominate the other 2 non-members is given to the central government, reducing the work of the council to the status of preparation of the panel alone. Under the amendment bill, the union government, by nominating 2 out of 3 persons, assumes the bureaucratic control over the Board of Discipline of all the 3 professional bodies of respective councils, and the Amendment Act enables the same. Sir, will it not compromise the independency of these professional bodies? What the central government has to do with these professional bodies? Honorable Union Minister has to explain with regard to this. Sir, insofar as clause 23 is concerned, it deals with the disciplinary committee. Sir, section 21B is now substituted with the new provisions. Under this clause, the elected president or a vice president of the council who was acting as the presiding officer are now removed from the disciplinary committee altogether, and the committee is now taken over by lay persons who are non-members of the councils. He will now be nominated by the central government, and he will be acting as a presiding officer. Apart from this non-member, there will be 2 other non-members nominated by the central government. By virtue of the amendment bill, council can only nominate 2 of its members. Thus, sir,
Conclude
out
now.
of 5
Conclude
members,
now.
sir, 2 minutes, sir. Thus, out of 5 members, only 2 members shall be the professionals, and other 3 will be the non-members, non-professional members who are lay persons nominated by the union government. Sir, on the contrary, in the Principal Act, all 5 members, including the president or vice president, shall be a professional and shall be the member of that institute. Thus, sir, the number of professional persons are reduced in the disciplinary committee.
Thank you, Mr.
Sir,
Wilson.
2 minutes,
Thank
sir.
you very much.
2 minutes, sir. 2 minutes, sir.
No,
Sir,
no.
this discipline-
Your
1
time
minute,
is
sir.
over.
1 minute,
I have
I'll
given
finish.
you said
1 minute, sir.
2
I'll
minutes.
finish
I have
now.
given
I'll
2
conclude,
minutes
I'll
more.
conclude, sir.
Now you have no time.
I'll
Please
conclude,
conclude.
sir.
Please conclude.
Sir,
I'll call the
my
other
question is-
speaker.
Sir, my question is, how can a disciplinary body with a majority of members being lay persons nominated by the union government can deal with the allegations of the misconduct, which involves a high degree of technicalities owing to the profession? Why should the central government control these disciplinary bodies, and why is that the central government is
Thank
poking
you.
its nose into
Thank
these
you.
bodies?
The next speaker
Only
is
last,
Sujit
sir,
Kumar.
last, sir, only one
Sri
point.
Sujit Kumar.
Sir, 1 minute, sir. 1 minute, sir. 1 minute, sir.
Your,
Sir,
your
1
time is
minute. Sir,
over.
the-
Nothing will go on record now. I have called the next speaker. Please take your seat. Please take your seat. Mr. Kumar. Please take your seat, Mr. Kumar.
Sir, I, on behalf of my party, Biju Janata Dal, stand to support the amendment bill, which has been brought to revamp the working of the 3 professional bodies. In a reply in Lok Sabha, the Honorable Finance Minister has asserted that this amendment bill will not infringe on the autonomy of these 3 institutes, and I have no reason to doubt her assertions. Rather, sir, I feel the amendments will make these 3 bodies more accountable and enable them to adopt global best practices, and also reform and speed up the disciplinary mechanism of these institutes. Sir,
the disciplinary track record of at least one of these institutes, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, has come under the scanner in recent months, and no less than the Honorable Prime Minister has flagged it once at the time of launch of the GST. Sir, the statement of objects and reasons of the bill states that it seeks to address the conflict of interest between the administrative and the disciplinary arms of the institutes. To achieve this, the bill proposes to change the composition of the two disciplinary entities, the disciplinary board and the committee, to allow for more external representation. Sir, here I would like to very respectfully disagree with my former speakers, very erudite and very learned speakers, Suresh Prabhu ji, Honorable Member Hanumantia ji, and also Mr. P. Wilson, who have apprehensions that non-CS should not be members of the disciplinary committee, and they have argued how can such a technical subject as accountancy be understood by non-CAs. Sir, very respectfully, I disagree with them. This is akin to saying that only a chartered accountant is competent to understand matters of disciplinary proceedings. Because disciplinary proceedings by very nature are non-adversarial in nature, and they are based on the principles of natural justice. So, sir, if a doctor, if a person who is not a doctor can make a good health minister, if a person who is not an electrical engineer can make a good power minister, why can't a non-CA be part of the disciplinary committee? Because it's at the end of the day based on principles of natural justice. Sir, the bill also seeks to achieve speedy disposal of cases by providing for time-bound disposal of cases. Sir, the Parliamentary Standing Committee, which had deliberated this bill at length and applied its mind, has also supported the amendments. I will thank Honorable Suresh Prabhuji, because we had read in media that the ICAI had raised serious objections to the amendments, but he has clarified that it's not the case. But both ICSI and the Cost Accountants Institute do not have any objection. So the Parliamentary Committee also has suggested setting up of Indian Institutes of Accounting, IIAs, on the lines of the IITs and IIMs. Sir, I think it's an innovative idea which should be explored by the government, because it will end the ICAI's statutory monopoly over certification. It will also, sir, bring in greater competition and also greatly enhance the quality of accounting education in our country. I think this will also make the profession of accounting more inclusive, because more people can join IIAs if they are set up. Sir, the bill increases certain fines under the 3 acts. So now if a partner or an owner of a firm is found repeatedly indulging in some misconduct, then disciplinary action can be taken against the firm. Sir, another welcome step is to change the nomenclature of Cost and Work Accountants Act 1959 to Cost Accountants Act 1959, and also to rename the Institute of Cost and Works Accountant to Institute of Cost Accountants. Sir, I'm not sure why the word work was included in the first place, but anyway, it has been omitted now.
Please, Honourable Speaker, please wind up now. Please wind up.
Sir, I'm concluding. Sir, the firms can also now, firms must also now register with the institutes. Sir, this will enable the disciplinary mechanism also for the firms. Sir, I think, sir, these 3 acts were enacted decades ago, when the business and the corporate landscape of the country was much different and has transformed quite a bit now. So, sir, I think the need for this amendment is very much there, and also recent corporate events like the ILNFS case has put the profession of chartered accountancy under a serious scrutiny. So, sir, I think these amendments will certainly improve the administrative accountability and governance mechanism, and also help in the ease of doing business process, and also help, sir, in achieving India reach the target of the $5 trillion economy that we have been talking about. So I support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Sujit Kumar ji. The next speaker is Ayodhya Rami Reddy.
I believe this bill, the Chartered Accountants, Cost and Work Accountants and Company Secretary Bill 2021, is a blatant attempt to take away the autonomy of these 3 professional institutes. By bringing these amendments, the Centre is setting up a precedent that could negatively impact the independence of other professions as well. Sir, we have few objections on the proposed changes under this bill. Objection number 1, a non-standing committee under Section 17 of a similar nature already exists and measures should be made to make it more formal. Chairmanship by Secretary of Ministry will intrude on autonomy and independent decision making. But Ministry says that the standing committee has no specific terms and is informal. But this committee can be made formal. The other point is the discipline and disciplinary committee. The objection is a non-member will not have understanding, in-depth understanding of the accounting and auditing standards and practices. But I must tell my friend Sujit, where he was telling, see, there are business functions and there are support functions. To support business, I think the support functions like chartered accountants, cost and work accounts, and company secretary must have the basic knowledge at a leadership level as a minister or beyond, or a secretary. There it is different. Because there, somebody prepares the notes and everything for you. But here, you have to really get into the details. So for that, certainly business knowledge is essential to support, as a support, CAS and all, these are all support functions of the business. So I believe the in-depth knowledge and understanding is a must. So that one point that we have an objection on that. The conduct of professionals should be judged by professionals only, is what we believe. Then there are more chronic problems in judiciary. If you look at the government, by amending the CA bill, wants independence of adjudication of disciplinary proceedings, then this problem is more chronic in judicial system, which has more far-reaching consequences and even a threat to democracy. Judges are appointed by a group of judges, judges are transferred by a group of judges, and also promoted by a group of judges. And even framing of charges against an errant judge shall be done by judges according to Judges Enquiry Act 1968. So my submission is, the government is reforming the disciplinary committees of chartered accountants and also doctors, why not judges? Also till date, no judge of the High Court or the Supreme Court has been impeached. And even the CBI has to seek sanction of the concerned High Court if it has to proceed even against a retired judge. Where is the fairness here? Then coming back to the liability of firms for misconduct of partner. Clarity is needed on many issues. Repeatedly found guilty, not defined. If a person is a partner in more than one firm, whether all firms are liable, then if all partners of a single firm are found guilty of misconduct, but not repeatedly, will action be taken against the firm? Whether it is applicable in case of limited liability partnership, and if so, it would be unlawful to conduct whole firm or for misconduct. Action against entire firm will cause hardship to all other partners and employees who are faultless.
Please wind up.
Yeah, final, sir. Just similar way for suo motu proceedings. The bill disallows disciplinary directorate to make investigations to suo motu without any precondition of reason to believe. So this unfettered power can be abused for ulterior purposes. Disclosure of pending complaints. In the similar way, the bill provides for disclosure. This will harm the reputation of the person if tomorrow it comes to know that he is not found guilty. Member of disciplinary committee. Here also the disciplinary committee consists of external members who are nominated by central government. The disciplinary committee also has non-professional members. You need to look at. So the conclusion, sir, as a business person who has the knowledge on chartered accountants, company secretary and cost account, I conclude by saying that the CA fraternity is being singled out, whereas other professions with even more glaring problems remain untouched.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. The next speaker is M. Thambuduraji.
Thank you, Vice Chairman, sir. As other members previously said, the persons who are not knowing a chartered accountant, whether they can deal all these things. Sir, I was also holding this ministry, company affairs, 98, 99. I am not a chartered accountant. But still I am the minister for this concerned department, I know that. At that time, I visited many conferences conducted by this Cost Chartered Accountant Association and a
माननीय सभासदों, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी,
माननीय सदस्यगण, नियम 377 के अधीन मामलों को सभा पटल पर रखने की अनुमति दी जाती है। मैं सभी माननीय सदस्यों से आग्रह करूंगा कि वह 377 के मामले सभा पटल पर रखें।
अध्यक्ष जी, आज 17 नंबर आइटम भी लगा हुआ है, द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन शेड्यूल कास्ट शेड्यूल ट्राइब ऑर्डर अमेंडमेंट बिल 2022, और 18 नंबर पे एन के प्रेमचंद्रन जी का और मनीष तिवारी जी का टू रेज ए डिस्कशन ऑन सिचुएशन इन यूक्रेन। ये काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है। मैं अनुरोध करूंगा कि पहले इसको ले लिया जाए और इसके बाद बिल पास करने का।
हाँ, पहले यूक्रेन लेंगे, उसके बाद आज बिल भी पास
ठीक है सर, ये अनुरोध करने के लिए मैं खड़ा हूँ। धन्यवाद।
पहले यूक्रेन के बाद बिल लेंगे, पर बिल भी आज ही पारित कराएंगे। 0 ओवर ले लिया सुबह, 0 ओवर खत्म। हल्ला करोगे तो 0 ओवर नहीं मिलेगा। आइटम नंबर 18, यूक्रेन की स्थिति पर नियम 193 के अधीन चर्चा। श्री एन के प्रेमचंदन जी।
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, sir. Sir, I am extremely thankful to the Honorable Speaker for allowing me to initiate the discussion on Ukraine crisis under Rule 193 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in Lok Sabha. Sir, for last more than 2 years, the world is grappling with a scourge of unimaginable magnitude, the COVID-19 pandemic. This once-in-a-century global pandemic has devastated the lives, livelihoods, economics, health, social security, education, and almost all conceivable human endeavors. While the pandemic still shows no sign of abating, the world is face to face with another catastrophe of almost equal magnitude. Sir, the simmering discontent on various issues between Ukraine and Russian Federation erupted into a war when the Russian Federation declared a special military operation in Ukraine on 24th of February 2022. Sir, the Honorable External Affairs Minister Sri Jaishankar ji has placed a statement before the Lok Sabha on March 15, 2022, in which it's a lengthy statement of the Honorable Minister. I fully welcome and appreciate the statement on behalf of Government of India placed before this House. So the lengthy statement, which is having 27 paragraphs, out of the 27 paragraphs of the statement of the Honorable Minister, 24 paragraphs are pertaining to the Operation Ganga mission carried out by the Government of India in bringing back Indian citizens, stranded Indian citizens, and the students from Ukraine. Sir, after 40 days of declaration of military operation in Ukraine by Vladimir Putin, things have unraveled to a reasonable degree of catastrophe dimensions of the conflagration. Sir, so the discussion under Rule 193 at this juncture is highly inevitable, and it is highly required to have a prompt response from the Government of India relating to the current geopolitical impact due to the war. So it is the right time by which we are discussing about the Ukraine crisis, so as to have the House will be getting an immediate and prompt response from the Government of India. What is the current geopolitical impact, and what is the stand of India's position in respect of the Ukraine crisis? So once again, I take this opportunity to congratulate and express my sincere thanks to the Honorable Speaker for admitting this motion under Rule 193 and giving an opportunity to initiate this discussion. Sir, before entering into the basic issue of Ukraine crisis, I would like to say a few words about the Operation Ganga mission carried out by the Government of India under the leadership of Ministry of External Affairs. Sir, I fully associate with the Foreign Minister's statement in para 26 of the statement commending the efforts of Government of India, the officials of Ministry of External Affairs, particularly the concerned embassies, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Ministry of Defense, NDRF, Indian Air Force, private airlines, and all those who have worked tirelessly and selflessly, worked for the safe return of the Indian national from Ukraine. Sir, I do admit the fact that the government did a good job in bringing more than 20,000 people back to India. I would like to place it on record, the good thing the government has done. Sir, but at the same time, I am making an appreciation on record. I would like to make some critical observations regarding the Operation Ganga mission carried out by the government of India. So the first critical observation is, number one, the evacuation program could have been better if early cautious steps were taken to commence the operation as other countries have done. Sir, for example, the first advisory of the Ministry of External Affairs issued on 15th February. Sir, the advisory lacks clarity and direction. That is, the first advisory of Ministry of External Affairs and the embassies in Ukraine regarding the crisis, it was lacking clarity and it was lacking direction. Sir, what was the first advisory says, I quote, Sir, in view of the uncertainties of the current situation in Ukraine, Indian nationals in Ukraine, particularly students who stay is not essential, may consider leave temporarily. Sir, unquote. That means in view of the uncertainties of the current situation in Ukraine, Indian nationals in Ukraine, particularly the students whose stay is not essential, may consider leave temporarily. This was the first advisory issued by the Ministry of External Affairs on 15th February. Sir, you may kindly see the advisory issued by the United States of America on 11th February 2022, in which a specific direction has been given that American citizens not to travel to Ukraine and asking those who are in Ukraine to leave immediately. Sir, the US advisory was very explicit and clear direction has been given. I would like to quote the US advisory also. Sir, I quote, we want to be crystal clear on this point. Any American in Ukraine should leave as soon as possible and in any event in the next 24 to 48 hours. Unquote. This was the advisory issued by the US Embassy and the US ME officials. Sir, similarly on 12th and 13th February, New Zealand and Australia issued advisories asking their citizens to leave immediately, as did many other countries such as Britain, Japan, Norway, etc. Sir, non-essential citizens may consider leave temporarily is the direction given by the government of India, given by the Ministry of External Affairs. According to me, this is a strategic flaw on our part in the evacuation process by name which we call Operation Ganga. Sir, the hardships which you have mentioned in the statement, detailed explanation is there. The hardship the government of India has faced in evacuating and bringing back the people of India, stranded people of India from Ukraine is absolutely correct, and I do accept the fact it could have been avoided. That miseries could have been avoided or averted if we had acted as other countries have done. This is the first strategic flaw which I would like to point out. Sir, the second one is another strategic flaw in the Operation Ganga mission is that priority should have been given to evacuate the students from bunkers in Sumy, Kharkiv and Kyiv instead of those in western Ukraine, where there was no conflict or fighting. Sir, you may kindly see over 600 students are trapped in Sumy over 12 days in the midst of bombing without food or water. The feedback from the students and majority of the evacuees is that the government came into the scene only after they have crossed the borders. Sir, within Ukraine, they were mostly at the mercy of the persons called the contractors in their language. So, sir, when we take pride and credit in the evacuation of more than 20,000 people back to India, we have to introspect ourselves that whether we have acted promptly in time, that has to be introspected by ourselves, for which a critical analysis is required. That is the second drawback or second strategic flaw on the part of our side in evacuation process. Sir, with these students back to India, now the government's priority should be how to recoup the loss to thousands of these students. Sir, I would like to request the Honorable Health Minister to resolve the matter of students as soon as possible in the interest of their these young citizens, because they are in big trouble. The issue of the students who have already returned from Ukraine, most of them are medical graduate students. Their issue has to be dealt with and is to be resolved I think that the government of India should take initiative in resolving their issue with National Medical Commission. The Health and Family Welfare Ministry has to take the initiative. And further, sir, it would be unfair on my part if I do not mention the name of Naveen Shekarappa, sir, who tragically lost his life at such a young age in Ukraine due to injuries sustained due to the shelling. Sir, his parents donated his body for medical research. Overcoming their irreparable loss should remain a lesson for all of us, and I bow in reverence to these parents because they have done a wonderful thing, and that loss has to be mentioned here. So I salute the parents for the wonderful thing which they have done. Sir, the next point, this is regarding the Operation Ganga mission carried out by the government of India. A critical analysis definitely is required at the time when we appreciate the earnest efforts taken by the government of India. Critical evaluation of the program is highly essential so as to have a lesson in the future programs. So definitely such an evaluation would come. I hope that it would come from the Honorable External Affairs Minister, the Foreign Minister. So now coming to the second point which I would like to make under 193 discussion is the diplomatic stand of India in the current crisis. Sir, I know it very well that it is a tricky position. Sir, analysts and experts were initially of the opinion factoring in only the relative size and strength of the two warring parties. Sir, but the situation is drastically changed after 40 days. Sir, Ukraine is not the only casualty in this war. Ukraine and Russian Federation have forages between being granaries of several nations in Asia, Europe and Africa. Sir, the war has disrupted the supply chains and created conditions of acute shortage and severe inflation and hunger. Sir, the ongoing war, in fact, has worsened the situation, already under severe stress due to the damage caused to the lives and livelihoods due to the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. Sir, the special military operation by the Russian Federation on a sovereign nation has brought swift retaliation from the Western nations supporting Ukraine. Sir, there has been a flurry of economic and trade sanctions against the Russian Federation, which are severest since the World War II, which happened more than 80 years ago. Sir, the geopolitics has literally polarized with the collective stand of NATO with the West and Russia with its supports mainly from the East. Such a polarization has already come into place. Sir, at this juncture, India's political stand in this issue is of paramount importance and significance. Sir, our Foreign Minister, Sri Jaishankar ji, had reiterated our stand on Ukraine conflict as, I quote, steadfast and consistent, and he stood for peace. I fully agree, unquote, I fully agree and I appreciate the stand taken by the government of India in the Ukraine crisis. Whereas the US President, Mr. Joe Biden, has criticized India's position or India's stand as shaky. And sir, even the recent days, the countries belonging to the West, they have even cautioned India about the attempts to circumvent the financial sanctions which they have put in the Russian Federation. That caution has also been given from the West. That has to be taken very seriously. Sir, this could be attributed, this caution, I'm not using the word warning, maybe the caution given by the West, even during there with so many eminent personalities have already visited our country, and there are all these eminent foreign officials who are here in Delhi, our national capital. And also, indirectly, it is a warning or cautioning the government of India if you are circumventing the financial sanctions put in on Russian Federation. Maybe because of the three reasons. Number one, sir. Sir, in early November 2020, India voted against Ukraine. Ukraine sponsored a resolution in the human rights violation in Crimea. That is the controversial place. And number two, India's abstention from voting in the UN Security Council and UN General Assembly in the Ukraine issue, which might have upsetted the anti-Russian camp, and we have seen to be projected as a supporter of the aggressor and losing our democratic credentials. That may be the second reason. And the third one is, sir, the India statement at the United Nations lacked the condemnation of the Russian attack on Ukraine, which the President Vladimir Putin called as a special military operation. These might be the reasons by which this observation has come from the West. Definitely that has to be cleared. Sir, it is a very interesting geopolitical situation prevailing now in the world. I think this is my common parlance. I'm not an external affairs expert or a foreign affairs expert, but to a common man, I would like to think it's a very interesting position now, present geopolitical situation. So number one is the 36% of the world population lives in countries that have actually condemned the Russian and support of the sanctions on the Russian economy, such as US, those are in the European Union, as well as UK, Japan, Australia, and Canada, number one. And number two, whereas nearly 1/3 of the world's other population lives in a country that remains neutral so far, led by India, Brazil, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, South Africa, and UAE. This is the second part. And the third portion is 32% of the world's population live in country that supports Russia's action. So this is why India's diplomatic stand is of paramount significance that has to be taken in a careful, cautious manner. So the countries in the East, starting from the top to bottom, if you examine Russia, China, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, they have abstained from the voting in the UN Security Council as well as the UN General Assembly. Sir, so I would like to pose a specific question or a specific clarification to the Honorable Foreign Minister Sri Jaishankar ji, because as an academic, for the academic sake, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister whether this pattern is resulting in the formulation of a neo-geopolitical consensus in the West and the East, whether such a culmination or the formulation is taking place in the world beyond all the political differences, strategic political differences, such a formulation is coming into existence. I would like to seek the clarification from the Honorable Minister, and also would like to know the political stand in this respect as far as India is concerned. Sir, coming to the India and Russia relations, sir, India has a long-standing relationship with Russia, with both strategic and political. Sir, 60 to 70% of India's military hardware is of Russia origin. Not only that, India-Russia military technical cooperation has evolved from a buyer-seller framework to one involving in joint research, development, and production of advanced technologies and systems. This is extremely crucial, sir. This is extremely crucial at a time when India has an ongoing border standoff with China. Sir, in the early years, USSR as well as Russia has used their veto power in UN Security Council 6 times. Sir, in the year 1957, over the Kashmir issue, when the then leader of Soviet Union, Khrushchev, has said Moscow was just across the border, and in case of any trouble in Kashmir, Delhi should just give a shout to the USSR. That was in the year 1957. Sir, in 1961, as per the report of Khrushchev, they sent a telegram to the former Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, in which he said that India's action to do away with the outpost of colonialism in its territory is absolutely lawful and justified. And sir, in 1962, where Russia vetoed the Irish resolution in the UN Security Council, urging India and Pakistan to directly negotiate in the Kashmir issue. Sir, in the year 1971, it is very interesting, the USSR has thrice had exercised that veto power in favor of India. And that too, to ensure that the issue remains a bilateral one, instead of becoming a global concern and attracting the interference of the third-party nations. And two, that the UN could not pass a resolution in favor of ceasefire between India and Pakistan. This is the stand taken by USSR since 1957 until this time. So, sir, my point is, thus Russia has proven itself to be a trustworthy strategic partner of India and time-tested ally. This is my observation in respect of our relation with Russia. Sir, coming to the economic impact of the crisis. Sir, on a macroeconomic study, it can be seen that the economic repercussions in this crisis is manifold, which one of them is direct repercussion that stems from the disease of the elevated oil prices. So Russia is the world's third largest producer and exporter of oil after US and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, meeting 10% of the global demand. So in the early days of the crisis, the price, I'm not going to the details, sir. Sir, this crisis will also overthrow out of kilter the macroeconomic assumptions on which projections in budget 2022-2023 and the economic surveys are based. So definitely the economic impact has to be taken very seriously. Sir, currently we are seeing an increase of $30 rise in the crude oil. So the rise in the crude oil price poses inflation, fiscal and external sector risk. Sir, if the war is to continue and the sanction to sustain may lead to a major global economic crisis, and that too after the COVID-19 pandemic, where the economies are still suffering from. Sir, in such a situation, what is the step to be taken by our government at this juncture? Sir, my suggestion is, and my point is, history has proven that war has never been, nor shall it ever be a resolution for anything. Coming from the land of Gandhiji and Subhash Chandra Bose, we have always been able to find a balance between himsa and ahimsa. So I propose that we should take this as our diplomatic stand, and India should take the initiative in mediation to resolve the dispute to restore the peace. Sir, within 2 minutes I will finish. Sir, the recent meeting held between the Honorable Prime Minister of India and the Foreign Minister of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, where Sergei Lavrov has underlined that India has an independent foreign policy, not under the influence of US, indicated that if India was to play the role of a mediator in the case of Ukraine, then it can support such a process and no one will be against it. Sir, the same was expressed from the Ukrainian counterpart even at the early stages of the crisis. Sir, to me, it seems a good opportunity for India to play a substantial role in the ongoing stalemate. I am reminded of the good old golden days of NAM, non-alignment movement, and the leadership role played by India during the crisis in the former days. Sir, we have been all along professing the principle of Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam in our practice and belief. India should therefore impress upon all countries proactively that the world cannot afford this man-made catastrophe at a time when it is still to recover from the trials and tribulations of the COVID-19 pandemic. So, sir, it is time when all nations are taking sides that India should take the initiative to resolve the conflict as an honest mediator. Sir, I am sure that India enjoys that stature and goodwill with all concerns. With these words, I conclude. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to speak on this Rule 193 discussion with regard to the situation in Ukraine. A horrendous tragedy is unfolding in Ukraine since the 24th of February 2022. 40 days later, 4 million people have been displaced. Over 4,000 civilian casualties have taken place. Indeterminate number of armed personnel, both Ukrainian and Russians, have been killed in the conflict. The alleged killings in Bucha, a suburb of Kyiv, has once again brought home the horrendous reality that war is only exciting as long as you watch it on a television channel. The long peace of Europe has once again been shattered after the Balkan conflict of the 1990s and the 2001. This conflict in Ukraine, unlike the previous ones in Europe, will redefine the global world order just as World War I did, World War II did, the Cold War did, the end of the Cold War did, the war on terror did in all its negative manifestations. A new Iron Curtain seems to be descending across the world. And unlike what Winston Churchill had said at Fulton Falls in Missouri, and with your permission, Mr. Speaker, sir, I will quote that from Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, an Iron Curtain has descended across the continent. Behind that line lie all the capitals of the ancient states of Central and Eastern Europe: Warsaw, Berlin, Prague, Vienna, Budapest, Belgrade, Bucharest and Sofia. All of them lie in what I must call the Soviet sphere, and all are subject in one form or another, not only to Soviet influence, but to a very high and in many cases increasing measure of control from Moscow. But unlike The Iron Curtain, which had divided Europe between 1945 and 1989, this new Iron Curtain has the potential of actually dividing the world once again. And behind it, this Iron Curtain, Mr. Speaker, sir, may lie the great civilizations of Russia, China, and Iran, and their myriad allies, Myanmar, Pakistan, Syria, North Korea, to name a few. And the recent joint statement on the 4th of February 2022 between China and Russia expounding international relations entering a new era and global sustainable development may actually become the foundation of this unfortunate division which the world is witnessing today. We may be once again witnesses to a new history being created in the world. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, sir, in this new great game, Ukraine is today what Belgium was to the British-French enmity in the early 19th century. Poland was to the German-Russian rivalry for over 2 centuries. What Afghanistan was to the battle to bring down communism, a battleground, and unfortunately, at best, a chess piece. Mr. Speaker, sir, who is responsible for the situation in Ukraine? Undoubtedly, the first coercive step was taken by Russia. But then Russia has been a trusted friend of India, and it has been a long-standing ally. Russia has come to India's aid in probably our most difficult times. This House may recall in its earlier avatars that on the 10th of December 1971, the then President of the United States of America, Mr. Richard Nixon, and his Secretary of State, Mr. Henry Kissinger, had ordered the 74th Task Force of the US 7th Fleet, led by the USS Carrier Enterprise, into the Bay of Bengal. And this was to stave off the liberation of Bangladesh. India had invoked the Treaty of Peace and Friendship with the erstwhile Soviet Union, and the 10th Operative Battle Group Pacific Fleet under the command of Admiral Vladimir Krushlagov, if I pronounce the name correctly, had slipped anchor in Vladivostok, and they had made Godspeed for the Bay of Bengal. And they were successful in checkmating the joint American and British task force which had come into the Bay of Bengal, and that scripted India's finest hour, and also late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi's finest hour, when we liberated Bangladesh and made it an independent country. That's a history for which, or that's an act for which we owe a debt of gratitude, a debt of honor to the erstwhile Soviet Union and its successor state, Russia. But then, Mr. Speaker, sir, friends also have to be told, if they are wrong, that they possibly need to get their act together. And 40 days into this war, and Mr. External Affairs Minister was smiling, what I meant to say was that Russia may have been told privately, or would have to be told privately, because after 40 days of this conflict, Russian war aims appear to be ill-defined or at best muddled. Does Russia want to split Ukraine at the Dnieper River? Does it want a regime change? What does it mean by denazification of Ukraine? Does it want to create a land corridor between the Donbas region and Crimea? Or is it testing the Anglo-American part? For Ukraine joining NATO is at best a cat's paw. It's been on and off the table since the Bucharest summit in 2008. And America, exhausted after 2 decades of trying to reorder the frozen geography and power balance of the Middle East post the dismemberment of the Ottoman Empire, should have anticipated this after their ignominious withdrawal from Afghanistan. But does Russia alone bear responsibility for this conflict? Mr. Chairperson, sir, in my humble estimation, the Anglo-American alliance bears equal responsibility. On the 26th of December 1991, Mr. Chairperson, sir, when the erstwhile Soviet Union ceased to exist, or it was dissolved, Ukraine was the 3rd largest nuclear nation in the world. it had the third largest nuclear arsenal in the world. In 1994, in terms of the Budapest Memorandum, which was midwifed by the United States and Great Britain, Ukraine was stripped of its nuclear arsenal in return for amorphous security guarantees that if its peace or sovereignty was ever transgressed upon or trifled with. But unfortunately, when the push came to the shove, these political commitments evaporated into thin air. We have a saying in Punjabi, Mr. Chairperson, sir, and it goes as such, ki Rab nede ke kusun. Is God closer or the punch? And unfortunately, Ukraine traded amorphous security guarantees for what was a substantive, tangible security guarantee it had in terms of its nuclear weapons and its nuclear arsenals. This is a cruel thing to say, Mr. Chairperson, sir, but unfortunately, in the times that we live in, I think it needs to be said. Ukraine also, unfortunately, it seems miscalculated. They should have been far more sensitive to Russian concerns and the eastward expansion of NATO, which Russia time and again characterized as a security threat to its own sovereignty and integrity as a nation. In three waves, first with United Germany retaining its membership of NATO, then in 1999, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, 2009, Albania and Croatia, 2017, Montenegro, 2020, Macedonia. 14 countries have joined NATO since the breakup of the erstwhile Soviet Union, and they all lie in Eastern Europe. And therefore, going all the way back to the Munich Security Summit of 2007, when President Vladimir Putin had articulated Russia's concerns with regard to this eastward expansion of NATO, possibly a little more careful. I wouldn't say that Ukraine should have gone down the path that Finland went down in 1948, what is called the Finlandization of European foreign policy. But I hasten to add that Ukraine possibly needed to be far, far more careful and cognizant of the security concerns of its eastern neighbor. Under these circumstances, when the world seems to be in a flux, and even around India, there seems to be turmoil, there is political unrest in Pakistan, there is economic unrest in Sri Lanka, what is it that India should really be doing? And there, I would like to commend the government. I would like to commend the foreign minister. The government so far has been very cautious and circumspect. The government has been trying to tread a very thin line. It's been trying to walk on the narrow edge of the wedge, and it's not a very easy act to perform. But I'm afraid that this may just be the beginning. The push may not have come as yet, because if you go by some of the statements which the United States Deputy National Security Advisor, who has an Indian-sounding name, Mr. Dalip Singh, articulated while he was in Delhi, or the exchange which the Foreign Minister had with his British counterpart, I think the pressure is just, getting built up. And therefore, my concern is that Nehruvian autonomy, what we call non-alignment, that held India in good stead between 1946, going back to the first Asian Relations Conference, all the way up till 1989, when the Berlin Wall collapsed, that luxury may not be available to India. We may not really have the option of being able to sit atop this new Iron Curtain. And the reason why I say this is not because I'm making a value judgment on the current government. Unfortunately, the geopolitical situation as it has evolved, post the collapse of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, has also made India take positions going back 3 decades. The economic alignment in 1991 with the Washington Consensus, the 2003 next steps in strategic partnership, the 2008 Indo-US civil nuclear engagement, and then 2014 onwards, the various defense agreements with the United States, namely the Logistics Exchange Agreement, LEMA in 2016, the Communications and Interoperability Security Arrangement in 2018, the Basic Exchange and Cooperation Agreement in 2020, the re-energized Quad that we have become a part of now, I think to a very large extent has taken us far closer to the West than we would have been comfortable with in this current situation that not only we but the world finds itself. So therefore, under those circumstances, I would like to, I'll just take 2 more minutes, Mr. Chairperson, sir. I would like to recommend to the government that the strategic autonomy, the Nehruvian principles of non-alignment that held India in good stead between 1946 and 1989 or 1991 are principles that are worth going back to. I know our friends on that side of the House, they leave no stone unturned, and with every breath they try and criticize the first Prime Minister of India, Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru. But the fact remains that those principles which were enunciated then possibly have stood the test of time, and Ukraine and the crisis in Ukraine and the position which the government of India has taken possibly bears the most eloquent testimony to those principles which were articulated at the founding of our republic. I would just end by saying a few words about the evacuation. I would once again like to commend the government for extricating Indian students from an extremely difficult, precarious situation. The External Affairs Minister had at length explained in the other house, and I was watching it on television, as to how the operation was complex and fraught with difficulties. But may I hasten to add that India has had a long history of evacuations. We've done 23 major evacuation operations going all the way back to 1962, 63. And may I mention some of them? 63, 64, Burma, Southeast Asia, where we took out between 300,000 to 500,000 people. August to October 1990, Kuwait, where we took out 170,000 to 200,000 Indians. 2006, July, Lebanon, where we evacuated about 12,000 people under Operation Sakoon. Libya, February, March 2011, and I can go on and on, chapter and verse. But I regret to say, Mr. Chairperson, and I'm ending my intervention, I have never seen the kind of chest thumping, the kind of self-congratulatory ecstasy, if I may say, which was at display during the recent evacuations. Making young students, children, chant slogans in favor of the government in aeroplanes by ministers of the government of India, I think was a self-defeating spectacle. I would like to commend the government that whatever efforts you had made, commendable efforts, unfortunately got undone by that spectacle which was completely unnecessary. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Manish ji. Next, Sri Brijendra Singh ji.
Thank you, Chairperson, sir, for allowing me to speak under Rule 193 on the discussion on the situation in Ukraine. I'm also thankful to my party for affording me this opportunity to speak in the House on 2 consecutive days. It's a first for me. Sir, before I begin, let me put in a caveat that I'm neither an expert on international relations nor am I versed in the vocabulary of diplomacy. So what I say may be taken as musings of a concerned and partly informed citizen. So the current conflict in Ukraine is perhaps the most important geopolitical event since the pulling down of the Berlin Wall in November 1989, which marked the end of the Cold War.
Why I say this is because this war in Ukraine has exposed the limitations of the world order as we've known for more than 7 decades. But does it indicate a move towards a new world order? Does it mark a dispersal of power among the big nation states? Does it mark the first signs of an emerging multipolar world? These and so many other questions are thrown up by this conflict. Because this conflict, as was rightly said, is a European conflict, but its ramifications can already be seen across the world. But when one thinks of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and more specifically Ukraine, because that's where the theater of war is. So what we hear constantly is Ukraine. What are the thoughts that instantly capture our mind? Or at least they have my mind. One, the students and the young people who were stuck there, mostly or almost all of them students of medicine who were there. And the numbers were more than 20,000. Second, it's the first full-scale war since the US invasion of Iraq, and it is being telecast live 24/7. Unfortunately, the Russian television has been blanked out in India, so we don't get to see it from their side. So what we get is the Western perspective, which is kind of fed to us on 24/7 basis. Third, India's independent foreign policy. There are questions being raised whether it is possible or justifiable to stay neutral, or as the word was used, consistent in such times. But that is what it has been. It's been an independent foreign policy. Fourthly, does this war also indicate that realpolitik does dictate and shape geopolitics, that each to his own? And lastly, the impact on economy. Everyone is concerned as to what will happen to the world economy, and not just economy of a region or a few countries, but the ramifications it will have across the world. Now, I'll try and build on these few points or these thoughts that I have summarized above. And let me begin with the issue of students and their evacuation. It's a very common phrase, all is well that ends well. Sir, you yourself raised concerns about why we were slow in the beginning, why were we not more proactive. All these things sound good in retrospect. But we are not talking about a normal situation. We are talking about a country which is engulfed in war. It is not as if the government did not issue advisories. And it is not that these advisories were issued as a matter of routine. These are exceptional advisories, which were issued in the month of January. Registration was opened up. More than 20,000 Indians registered with the Indian embassy in Kiev. But unfortunately, the situation was so fluid that no one knew for sure that war is actually going to happen. I remember I was in my constituency interacting with people, and two parents came to me. Their children were there in Kharkiv, and they said, MP साहब जरा बताइए कि आप हमारे बच्चों को वापस लाने के लिए क्या करेंगे? And it had so happened that that very day or the previous evening, the news going around on televisions was that the Russian forces are withdrawing. So that was the kind of confusion which prevailed, and resultantly, in spite of the advisory, only about 4,000 people had decided to come back to India before the war actually broke out on 24th of February 2022. So in retrospect, yes, one could argue this, but as I said, it was not a normal situation. It was not something which was known beforehand, but in spite of all that, the efforts which were put in, the efforts which were put in by the Prime Minister of our country, the efforts which were put in by the Ministry of External Affairs in coordinating with not just Ukraine and Russia, but the neighboring countries of Ukraine, which included Poland, which included Hungary, it included Slovakia, Moldova, Romania, because these were the exit points. In the sense, people had to move from Ukraine to these countries to get out of there. And it was a Herculean task. Our consulates had to be strengthened. Almost, as was stated in the External Affairs Minister's suo motu statement, some staff of additional 57 people, embassy staff had to be deployed there to assist in this evacuation. So all efforts were made. And let us not forget, especially the eastern side of Ukraine, where a serious war was raging at the time, where you have these places which we've been hearing of since day one, which is Kharkiv and then subsequently Sumy. This is where the actual fighting was happening. So to expect that people could be just moved in and they would help evacuate, it doesn't happen that way. And it is here that the role of the Prime Minister comes into the picture, because he's the one who interacted with the presidents of both Ukraine and Russia. And I'm not saying because of that there was a cessation in warfare, but at least a window was provided so that a corridor could be created and students could be moved out of that place. 3 lakh people, 3 million people were at the borders at that time. 3 million people, 30 lakh approximately, who were kind of all homeless and on their way to move out of Ukraine into the neighboring countries. So to expect a very easy way out is to expect the moon. But in spite of all that, 22,500 people have been evacuated, most of them students, without a single casualty. Nothing could be greater in terms of success than that. But I have to say they are our children, so it was our bounden duty to get them home. And we have got them home. So let us not kind of put question marks on that. But yes, I do have a request. And sir, as you yourself mentioned, that these students, their futures hang in balance now. The chances of their going back to Ukraine and completing their education perhaps will not happen. So some via media will have to be worked out by Government of India, either in consultation with Ukraine or with other countries, or within our own medical system, as to ensure that these students do complete their education in some form or the other, so that that purpose is at least taken care of. Sir, I have to take this opportunity to thank once again, all those who were mentioned in the External Affairs Minister's suo motu statement. And this House owes a debt of gratitude towards all those who were involved in Operation Ganga. And these include our Prime Minister, our External Affairs Minister, and the Ministry of External Affairs, the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Civil Aviation, NDRF, Air Force, private airlines. In fact, private airlines, out of the 90 flights which came out of the war zone or the neighboring countries, out of 90, 76 were private airlines and 14 were Indian Air Force. The embassy personnel who worked under the most adverse circumstances. Then our union ministers who acted as special envoys at the behest of our Prime Minister, Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia ji, Shri Hardeep Puri ji, Shri Kiran Rijiju ji, and General V.K. Singh, who were deployed at Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, and Poland. And they facilitated and oversaw the evacuation process in these places. And I, for one, did not expect from my esteemed colleague to pick on certain snippets from social media which had gone viral and make it some kind of an issue on the floor of the House. But that's their nature, one can't help with that. So, and also, we owe a debt of gratitude to the countries who have cooperated with us in this regard, which includes both Russia and Ukraine. I mean, whatever people might say about our stand on the war which is going on, Ukraine has been very forthcoming in providing all the assistance in helping us evacuate our people from Ukraine. And also Poland, Moldova, Hungary, Romania. So all these countries we are thankful to. So secondly, the point which I raised, that it is perhaps the first full-scale war since the invasion of Iraq. And again, like the Iraq war, this is not a war between equals. But my esteemed colleague Manish Tiwari ji did bring out what could have led to this, and one can have a view on that. I would just mention two things here. In fact, two scholars. One is actually a journalist called Tim Marshall. Tim Marshall wrote a book some time back called The Prisoners of Geography. And he says that there are certain geographical issues which you can't escape. Howsoever new or old a country might be, there are certain facts of geography you cannot escape. And according to him, Poland and Ukraine are the two red lines which Russia will never allow anyone to cross. Russia today is a country with only 1.6 billion GDP. But these things go beyond just the economic strength. They are existential in nature to a country, to a nation state. And in this case, Ukraine more than anything else, Russia will fight to the last man was known to everyone. They conquered or captured Crimea in 2014. That was part of this only. 2015, University of Chicago, John Mearsheimer. It's a 45-minute lecture. He brings it out quite clearly that the way NATO is going about doing things and the way it's expanding its boundaries more and more towards the doorsteps of Russia, and the way they are trying to incorporate Ukraine into the NATO system, there are going to be consequences. And consequences, he was very specific in saying, are going to be totally to the disadvantage of Ukraine. It is Ukraine which is going to be destroyed. Neither the NATO countries will suffer for it, nor anyone else. If you look back today and hear it, it sounds almost prophetic, because whatever is said seems to be playing out as if to a copybook. But that's how it's happened. So it's a full-scale war that we are witness to. And as they say that you can start the war, but how it will end, no one can predict. And same thing seems to be happening here also. It's more than 40 days, and a resolution still does not seem to be in sight. Now we come to something which is very, very relevant to us, which we all think strongly about and have our views on it, which is our foreign policy. The External Affairs Minister in his statement used the word steadfast and consistent. I would just refer to these 5 statements of our permanent mission at the UN. All these statements are consistent about one thing: immediate de-escalation of tension, diplomacy and dialogue, and sincere and sustained diplomatic efforts to ensure that concerns of all sides are resolved through constructive dialogue. This is the thread which runs through all these statements. So we have been steadfast about it, we have been consistent, but I'm also reminded, I think it was G.B. Shaw, when someone asked him that, why aren't you ever consistent in what you say or what you believe in? He's supposed to have said, consistency is a characteristic of the asses and I'm not an ass. So India is consistent in its stand today, but what is there in store for us in future? Our foreign policy is that way. It's in very good hands, it's in very strong hands, and I'm sure as times unfold, that will be taken care of. Sir, now, when we talk about international relations and India's international policy, there is a whole gamut, and I can't go into the details of it. I'll just pick on 2-3 points. India-Russia relations. Relations which are termed a friendship, India-Russia friendship. Our friend mentioned about as to why India isn't taking a principled stand and so on and so forth. I just have to mention the Hungarian invasion, in 1956, the Prague Spring of 1978, the Afghan invasion of 1979. India's stand then also was what it is today. So let us not fool ourselves into believing that there was something else happening earlier and something which is kind of unethical which is happening today. Lastly, sir, there's this great thing about Quad that, maybe India's standing is now affected because, our stand might be taken otherwise. Japan has been here. We've had a summit. A $40 billion agreement of investment has been agreed to over the next 5 years. There's been a summit meeting with Australia also, and there has been no bad blood. There has been nothing of concern in these meetings, which just goes to show that Quad is in place. The United States of America, the most powerful player in the picture, has accepted, maybe kind of conditionally, but they accept our stance and our compulsions, and so we are well placed in that situation. There is the issue of sanctions. The Katsa is being hung over us as some kind of a sword, but still we've gone ahead and made the purchase of S-400 systems. So it is not as if it is just us who are getting affected. Everyone is getting affected. Everyone is recalibrating its standing and recalibrating its friendships across the world and relations across the world. Lastly, sir, last point, sir. Impact on the economy is going to be on us. It is going to be worldwide. We've experienced this in 1973, the first oil shock, 1979, the second oil shock. So definitely there are going to be consequences. Sir, External Affairs Minister in one of his interviews had said, India tilts on its own side. May I conclude by saying we are too big to be tilting on anyone else's shoulder. Our weight is too much to bear. We have to carry our own weight, and we shall do so with aplomb and ease of an ancient civilization and a formidable nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Dr. T. Sumadiji.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, sir, for allowing me to partake in this discussion on Ukraine. Sir, the war will end, the leaders will shake hands, the old woman will keep waiting for her martyred son, that girl will wait for her beloved husband, and those children will wait for their hero father. I don't know who sold their homeland, but I saw who paid the price. Absolutely. So these powerful lines of the famous Palestinian poet Mahmoud Darwish keep on haunting us as we watch those disturbing images from Ukraine, civilians being bombarded, innocent civilians carpet bombed and got killed in the warfare between two countries, and museums and theaters getting shelled, and our own Indian citizens, particularly students, fleeing to borders on foot, by foot. And more recently, the ghastly scenes of 410 dead bodies of the civilians unearthed, and those who were ruthlessly killed by the troops, which was a family of a woman mayor of Timotijin, who were buried in the pine yard. We are all heartbroken, sir. And war is one word which needed to be abolished from the dictionary itself. And it is high time, as one of the largest democracies of the world, India, with its positive image, should take the moral responsibility to be the honest mediator between Ukraine, the world's largest food producer, and Russia, the greatest exporter of gas to Europe. Sir, the West may criticize us, sitting on the fence and as a mute spectator, shaky, but we do understand that India has to adopt a diplomatic tightrope walk with its time-tested relationship with Russia. For all along, we have nurtured a pro-Russian sentiment, and we do understand that. And that on one side, and our membership in the US-led Quad alliance on the other side. And also its fear about the China, Russia, Pakistan axis, a discomfort closer home, but still the whole world looks up to us that we have to adorn the role of a real negotiator, honest negotiator in the real sense of the term. Sir, before proceeding further, I would like to pay homage to a dear Indian student who has lost his life in the war, and I share the grief with the family members. And also, as a concerned citizen and member of the Parliament, I would like to congratulate the efforts taken by our Union Minister for the External Affairs, Minister, for his, not alone for his humanitarian assistance, but also in the speedy steps he has taken in the transportation of our Indian citizens, especially our students, back home safely. Sir, our minister in a statement in Rajya Sabha had issued statement, and he has told in that 90 tons of humanitarian assistance has been given, and he is planning to give more, especially medicines. I thank him also for having honored the request of our dear Chief Minister, who had taken proactive steps in this. Sir, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has said our world is facing a moment of peril, and as a responsible Chief Minister, our Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thalapathy M.K. Stalin, has viewed the situation. More than 5,000 Tamilian students got stranded in Ukraine. So viewing the situation within his limited capacities. Sir, foreign policy is the union domain. So within his limited capacities, he wrote a letter to you requesting the immediate evacuation. Not only that, he had also constituted a committee comprising MPs, MLAs, IAS officers, and appointed a nodal officer also to coordinate between their relatives and help those students with the financial aid also in the border countries, along with the tying up of the diaspora. And apart from this, the state government had also opened a 24/7 help desks in the Podihai Illam in New Delhi. So it is the responsibility of the Indian government as well also to take proactive steps. While we appreciate the Operation Ganga, as Mr. Manish Tiwari had pointed out, much of self-boosting propaganda had been done online with that, but we appreciate the efforts, but there are a few lacunas in it. Sir, I would like to point out to the Union Minister through you that the operation done was not an evacuation, it is a transportation. Sir, lastly, our students were told they had to reach somehow to the border, either by walking on foot or by commuting through local trains or buses. No assistance was given to them except advices, and that is the lacuna I would like to point out to the Honourable Minister, sir. Also, our Prime Minister, while taking stock of the situation, emphasized Make in India in medical education, and to quote him, he said, I quote, "Can't our state governments make good policies for land allotment in this regard?" Unquote. Sir, it's not the question of just allotting lands. It is the question of allowing opportunities for the students from marginal and weakening sections to enter into medical colleges, and that is why Tamil Nadu strictly resists the NEET in back home. Sir, in the last 5 years, an average of 16 lakh students appear for the NEET exam, but only 120 make it to the 562 medical colleges in India. It is not just those who score 200 out of 300 in NEET choose to go to foreign universities, but those who score 90th percentile in NEET are also opting to go out. Also, like other competitive exams in India, the cutoff for NEET rises dramatically. That is why we vehemently oppose this. Sir, the Indian medical students who have been now transported to India are facing an abyss now. There's no future for them. It looks very volatile because the NMC regulation says medical graduates from a foreign university will have to complete their education from a single institution. Now, that's a problem that they have to face. Government need to take redressal measures for that. And also, the union government should take remedial steps regarding the foreign medical graduate examination. FMGE, it can be advanced and final year students can be appointed on duty. Sir, while this is a local scenario, sir, 2 more minutes. Local scenario, I'm the only speaker, please, sir. This is the local scenario. The issue is much more larger. Sir, the Asian Aid says the Russian forces finding increasing Ukrainian resistance are following their Syrian playbook of attacking hospitals, schools and civilians, including women and children in a war of attrition. Sir, while we understand that our External Affairs Minister has repeatedly reiterated that India respects the international order and the sovereign territory as well as the integrity of the borders, we have to also take up the moral responsibility of who is the oppressor and who is on the other side of the war. So though it's a tight corner because of a dependence on Russia's oil and gas, also the long-tested relationship as had been pointed out by honorable members here, we can't just be sitting on this fence as a mute spectator. just having the moment of Hamlet, Shakespeare's Hamlet, to be or not to be, that's the situation. Sir, our BJP as well as our government always profess about Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. If the whole world is a family, when Ukraine is part of one of the world's family, is it not a moral responsibility to go and give a helping hand to Ukraine? Yes. Also, our Prime Minister has many times reiterated that India is Vishwa Guru, the world's teacher. And I would like to quote Professor Pullappari Balakrishnan's statement here. He says, a teacher is granted respect for speaking truth to power. India marks her chosen self-image by refusing to speak the truth. So, sir, they say everything is fair in the game of war and love, but you cannot justify war in any sense of fairness in it. Sir, I would like to share few points to highlight why it is an unfair war, sir. The first point is, the Russian president has so long, he has been ironically justifying this aggression, saying that he is going to denazify Ukraine. Sir, it is a fiasco. Ukraine has embraced the Nazi Germany in 1940s, carried out by the Russian then, and our Ukraine President Zelensky's father was also a victim of that cruelty. And Ukraine is a UN member state, and a declared war on it by a permanent member of the Security Council is itself a violation in the UN Charter. The International Court of Justice has condemned it, and a very important point, sir, I would like to inform you, through you to the Union Minister, the Indian judge on the International Court of Justice, I debar from referring his name, he has also voted against Russia. And India has also breached the BRICS resolution, which it had passed unanimously in its New Delhi declaration, as quoted in the Hindu 21st March. Sir, Ukraine, as pointed out by the Honourable Member Mr. Tiwari, gave up the nuclear arsenal after signing the Budapest Memorandum on the basis of the security given by the veto-holding permanent members. Now it is also a breach on that. Sir, as pointed out by Professor Vinay Kaura, I quote, those in India echoing Russian resentment against the eastward expansion of NATO are reminded by a Western analyst that a NATO-Russian Council has been formed specially to alleviate Russian concerns, and that Russia was recognized as one of the world's leading industrial powers through a formal admission into its elite G7, not on the basis of industrial might, but to soften its bruised superego, unquote.
Yes, Sumati ji, no,
last point, sir. I would sum up with the following observation of G. N. Davy, I quote, today, India stands in a splendid international isolation because it has not only come a long way from Nehru's non-alignment policy, but also forgotten that Nehru's non-alignment in external affairs was organically linked to his idea of a non-partisan secularism in home affairs. And therefore, rarely did either of them sound hollow in his case, unquote. Sir, also India has not officially discarded the Panchashil principles, not yet, though it has moved from its non-aligned posture during the Cold War to its multi-alignment in the 21st century of that.
Yes.
Sir, I also just like to conclude again by Davy by quoting a passage by the writers in an open letter which was released by the PEN International. They say, I quote, there can be no free and safe Europe without a free and independent Ukraine. Peace must prevail. Thank you very much, sir.
Very good, Sumati.
Shri Sudeep Bandyopadhyay ji.
Honorable Chairman, sir, this subject is to share with the views of the government of India. And we as a party, Trinamool Congress, normally in a mood or intent to extend support to the Ministry of External Affairs and the government's decision when it is related with matter of external affairs. We gauge the situation, we study about the situation, but we are concerned now at this stage also about those students who have come back from Ukraine especially medical students, and what would be their future. Jaishankarji, last week I met Prime Minister, and we had a long talk for more than 20 minutes. I was carrying a letter of Mamata Banerjee, my Chief Minister. There she put some proposals that how these medical students can be replaced. She wanted to absorb them in her own state with some ideas. But while talking, Prime Minister intimated me straightway that I have decided, Government of India has decided to send these students back to Hungary, mainly at Budapest. I said, Prime Minister, that why not you are taking or asking Russian Federation to take them back and to provide them with the seats in the medical institutions. She said it to me, though it is a 1:1 conversation, but on record, I better keep it in front of you by which you can make some assessment also. That I will not talk to Russia regarding the students in Hungary, though the education cost is little more expensive. But still, my government is taking some decision, and I hope that this problem will be sorted out easily. So I want to know that where the situation actually stands now and what would be the fate of these students. Sir, this Russia-Ukraine war is a continuation since 2014. And Minsk, the capital of Belarus, I had the scope to visit a delegation with Rajiv Rudi and Savant, with Sumitra Mahajan. The team visited Belarus and Ukraine. And this picture floats in front of my eyes. I had my opportunity to visit Eastern Europe when all were within the command of the Soviet Union. At my very early young age, I was with Youth Congress. That time I had been to Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Poland, East Berlin. So these all sectors, ultimately they were broken up. That Gorbachev issue, Glasnost issue, those are all old issues which I don't want to discuss today. But what I want to mention here, that these two agreements were held at Belarus, capital Minsk, with with Russian Federation and with Ukraine. One was signed and broken in 2014. What was there? It included prisoners exchange, deliveries of humanitarian aid without of heavy weapons. But the agreement quickly broke down in 2014. Again, another agreement was signed in possibly 2015. France and Germany mediated. But now I couldn't find, from the very beginning, no big country, nothing, no force had taken any initiative to initiate a peace talk in between the two countries. I am not saying about our own country, but any country. NATO's member was Ukraine. NATO is full of the European countries, including USA and Canada also. But none of these countries took any initiative. But we watched the disastrous deaths and the attack of Russia on Ukraine. It was a disastrous issue. Matter. The way the war was there was extremely disastrous in nature, painful, most shocking, and no doubt it was heartbreaking. Sir, if I read a small statement that how many civilians died in Ukraine. Nearly 3,000 civilians have been killed or injured. The report is up to 28th March 2022. This few days I have not that much of well-drafted information. And more than 10 million displaced since Russia invaded Ukraine. And 99 children were killed and 126 were injured. The cost of direct damage to Ukraine's infrastructure amid Russia's ongoing invasion has reached almost an estimated 63 billion, according to an analysis by the Kyiv School of Economics. It is their own assessment of the Ukraine group. That is also of 28 March 2022. The latest analysis shows that as of March 24, at least 4,431 residential buildings, 92 factories and warehouses, 378 institutions of secondary and higher education, 138 healthcare institutions, 12 airports, 7 thermal power plants and hydroelectric power plants have been damaged. So all totaling up to $63 crore billion. Compared to the previous estimate published on March 17, net growth announced to $3.5 billion according to the KSE Institute. Sir, what I want to mention that we became concerned when the war started. We expected that it will be stopped, but it was not. And naturally, the huge numbers of Indians were alive there with huge tensions. India's responsibility was aimed at evacuating Indian citizens from Ukraine. That was a good step, I appreciate. We marked the statement read by the India's Permanent Security Council was actually a non-committal statement. That was neither here nor there type statement. This escalation of tension along the border of Ukraine with the Russian Federation is a matter of deep concern. These developments have the potential to undermine peace and security of the region. India's permanent representative to the UN, T.S. Trimurti, said at the UNSC meeting. So, sir, war should be completed. And if on our part any peaceful step is possible to take up, we should try to initiate. Because India-Soviet Union is all out from the very beginning. Since our early ages, we have seen Indo-Soviet Treaty. We are concerned in many issues, at different issues, whether it is in United Nations General Council meeting, UNGA, or whether to apply veto, Russia all along supported us in many issues. So we can initiate dialogue and give a leadership in front of the whole world that India is fully concerned with the battle, with the war. This war has pained us. The way the people have lost their lives, it is disastrous and painful, inhuman. So whether India is in a position to make it a complete peace talk initiated, that I want to know.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is there also, Shogatora, he will speak.
I think.
So, sir, I repeat our stand that any stand taken by Government of India so far, external affairs is concerned, we stand by the government wholeheartedly.
Thank you very much. Now the Honorable Minister, Sri Hardeep Singh Puri ji, would like to intervene. Please, Minister.
Sir, thank you very much. Sir, I had the privilege of being nominated as one of the 4 special envoys that the Honorable Prime Minister deputed to the countries around Ukraine following the launch of military operations on 24th February, when it became necessary to escalate the evacuation of Indian students who were studying in the Ukraine. Sir, anyone who has even a nodding acquaintance with issues relating to foreign and security policy, and anyone who watches global hotspots will know that the determination that is required to be made when situations of tension are escalating and there's an exacerbation of tension, timing is of the essence. So let me start, sir, by providing a perspective based on facts personally, with which I am personally familiar, what the Honourable Member Shri N.K. Premchandran said, who was the lead speaker today. He made some excellent points. Both he and now I'm addressing the chair. So I address the chair and through the chair, Honourable Premchandran, the speaker. Through the chair. Through the institution of the chair. Sir, there were clear indications, and first of all, let me say, what the Honourable Member said and what other Honourable Members have said have signified a broad and unambiguous support for the government's evacuation efforts. There have been differences of nuance, and I would like to take the opportunity to comment on 1 or 2 of them. The very fact that our embassy, our resident mission in Kiev, Ukraine, decided to undertake a registration of all our students there in the month of January was a clear pointer in the direction of anxiety and the fact that we were preparing ourselves for an eventuality of the kind that unfolded in the aftermath of the military operations of 24th February. Sir, one honourable member sought to draw a distinction in the language which the Government of India issued as part of its advisory and the language which some other countries issued. I believe a reference was made to the US advisory, a reference was made to the Australian and New Zealand advisory. Sir, I am a student of the English language, and when an advisory, sir, in any case, an advisory is by definition an advisory. You advise. You cannot direct, the government cannot direct private citizens who have gone of their own volition to leave a place.
It's not an order.
The advisory was unambiguous, sir. It said all non-essential. By all non-essential means except those whose continued stay there is necessary on account of a number of facts, which means our embassy couldn't have, our colleagues in the embassy would have to stay there. And they stayed right towards the end till they had to be relocated to another place. So I think, sir, the advisory issued on the 15th of February and the subsequent advisories issued, if I remember correctly, on the 20th and the 22nd of February, had the effect of 4,000 of our young friends leaving the Ukraine pursuant to those advisories. Now, let us, and I have some experience, sir, because I was there. Why did the rest not leave? Was it a choice that they exercised because they thought military operations would finally not take place? Or was there some consideration, and that is why a reference was made by one of the honourable members to student contractors, to the authorities in universities? Sir, I spoke to many of the 6,177 of my young friends who were evacuated from the Ukrainian border via Hungary. I spoke to them. And many of them had the same story, that they were being encouraged by the authorities of the educational institute which they were attending to say, things are going to be all right, things are going to be all right. Maybe, and I'm in this intervention going to stay totally clear of issues of, foreign and security policy. I want to confine myself to Operation Ganga. When these young students are advised, look, you've got some of you who are in the final year of medical education, you've only got 3 to 5 months left to complete your course, or some of you have got 1 year left. If you choose to leave, we may not be able to organize online classes, and it may result in your losing a year. That is the kind that young minds, that is the kind of talk young minds had to grapple with. And on the 15th, when we issued our first advisory, or on the 20th, till the military operations actually took place, it is a determination they had made. Now, what happens after the 24th February, when that exacerbation of tension results in the commencement of military operations? And here, sir, one of the honourable members referred to, I think it was my friend, my distinguished friend, Shri Manish Tiwari ji, evacuation operations that have been carried out from 1960-61 onwards. Certainly. One of the honourable members who's not here referred to this being a transportation exercise, not an evacuation exercise. I'd like to come back to that in a minute. वहीं से भी चर्चा शुरू कर सकते हैं. Sir, I want to say, based on 39 years experience that I've had in the previous profession, that no matter what the average perception of the lethargy in a bureaucracy is, or a political system, come a crisis and everybody springs into this thing. And this was an operation which the Honourable Prime Minister personally took meetings on, which my friend, the External Affairs Minister, my distinguished colleague, personally took charge on. I was in Guwahati on the 28th doing a Gati Shakti mission event for the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, when I got a telephone call late in the evening saying, "Ab kal raat ko jaiye, kal jaiye." And then all of us gathered, some of us flew out within hours. I believe that the eye to detail, the meticulous manner in which this was done. Look, I was a student of conflict situations. When some honourable members refer to that one life lost, I am the first to say one life lost is one life too many. But if you're dealing with a situation, now let's look at numbers. So words are used lightly. Displaced personnel or refugees. Number of displaced, I think, are in the vicinity of 10 million, possibly, which includes internally displaced. Number of refugees, perhaps 4 to 5 million. Sir, we were agonizing and we were worried about the welfare of each one of our citizens through Prime Minister's involvement in Delhi, through the External Affairs Minister being in touch with all of them. But look at the overall numbers. I remember one particular evening in Budapest, when I got a call from the External Affairs Minister, said that, this front we thought was well managed because we had 1,200 people on the ground in hotels, in dormitories. Suddenly 1,700 came because there was clogging at the borders of Romania and Poland, and some people were just being pushed down. 1,700 people arrive in one place. We managed. We increased the number of flights from 4 to 7 to 11 in a day. Why and how did that become possible? It is, बहुत आसान होता है राजनीतिक रोटियां सेकने, कोई एक सोशल मीडिया क्लिप करा. I can share with you hundreds of thousands of messages from grateful students and their parents which were sent that their evacuation, and I use the word evacuation, was being facilitated. A lot of people were provided buses. That last operation which took place in those cities which are under siege, buses were arranged from neighboring countries. Buses were arranged inside. How is this a transportation arrangement? And the Honorable Prime Minister was working the telephone lines. I know, and I don't need to go into the details. I'm sure this is a part of the geopolitics which the Honorable External Affairs Minister will respond to. He was speaking to the heads of state and government, not only in the Russian Federation, not only in the Ukraine, but all the others. But ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you, we had barely recovered from COVID, and we are in a warlike situation. And in a warlike situation, the two disputants who are waging war, and I don't want to go into whose fault it is, whether our vote, etc. It's so easy to talk about votes. I've had some experience. The making of foreign and security policy has to be based on tangible national interest, which the government and all the honourable members have said, it is the government which will determine that, rather than easy temptation to episodic social media tweets. Sir, very often in those difficult times, even when you were able to negotiate safe passage from one of the countries involved, only to find that the other party had maybe other military and objectives which they had to look at. So the fact that out of about 22,500, 400 left as a result of the advisories, another 18,500 were successfully evacuated, I think is not a small achievement. And as if you look at the history of evacuation operations I am familiar with, Operation Safe Homecoming, Operation Rahat in 2015, Yemen crisis, Operation Maitri, Nepal earthquake, evacuation from Brussels, Operation Devi Shakti, Operation Ganga, sir. In my humble submission, with 39 years of experience in that field, will rank as one of the most well-coordinated and successful humanitarian evacuation missions undertaken by any country anywhere. I'm not just talking about India. Sir, we faced some very interesting situations. That evening when the Honorable Prime Minister guided us, he said clearly that this is a humanitarian evacuation mission. When you say humanitarian evacuation, you don't stand by technicalities. You do not follow the literal letter of what is written. I remember I was traveling back in a car from the Ukraine border with the person who used to be our ambassador in Budapest. He had been sent back. And I got a telephone call saying that one of the airlines had been fined because they were bringing in Nepali or some other nationals of neighboring countries. We worked the lines. Within minutes it was sorted out. Whole of a government approach. Because we not only brought back, thanks to the clear visionary guidance of the Honorable Prime Minister, nationals of our neighboring country, we also brought back nationals from other developing countries in further continents.
Thank you.
Sir, before I conclude, I also want to say, sir, that this gives me an opportunity because you said, sir, that the advisories were lacking in clarity and direction. I have tried to place that in perspective, and how I say the advisories were both focused and clear, but also that there was certain uncertainty has been unleashed on account of the disruption in supply lines, which is going to happen depending on the duration and the cost that the military operations take. That disruption could get further widened. But let me tell you what has happened to oil and gas prices meanwhile, sir. Because that is something on which many of us tend to comment without looking at the global picture and what this military operation has done. Sir, at the height of COVID, and I talk about March 2020, gas prices were $19.56 a barrel. They went up in 2021 to $60 to $80 On 24th February, when the military action took place, suddenly they shot up to $92, then up to 124, went up to 130. Sir, are we the only country affected by this? I have with me here, sir, and I can give you the same on gas prices. We have raised the price of petrol by, I think, 9 rupees over 12 or 13 days when the international prices shot up. Now, I have something, sir. Gasoline at the pump, comparison between April 21 and March 22, in USA the increase percentage is 51%, in Canada 52%, in Germany 55%, UK 55%, France 50%, Spain 58%, Sri Lanka 55%, India, sir, 5%.
Yes,
Our percentage increase is 1/10 of what it is elsewhere.
No.
Similarly, I could do for gas, sir. Sir, I thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to participate in this discussion on Rule 193. I think a lot of very valuable issues have been raised. I'm sure my other colleagues, when they participate, and particularly the External Affairs Minister, he will be able to respond to some of the issues on why and with what degree of success we have been able to navigate through this difficult situation, and that navigation will continue with a degree of confidence because the Prime Minister's roadmap that had been laid out is both clearly with a clear direction, and it will be able to avoid the pitfalls which some of the other countries are getting into because of the soundness of our policy. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sri Pinaki Mishra.
Mr. Chairperson, I listened with great admiration my very distinguished colleague and friend, Shri Hardeep Puri, make a robust defense of why oil prices in India are going up in a very artful manner, as befits him. He's been a lifelong diplomat of a very, very distinguished career, and therefore he knows how to artfully weave in defense in some other area on an issue quite unrelated today. But I think he's answered some of the critics who've been shouting since the morning about the rise in fuel prices, and I commend him for his artfulness in having dealt with the matter. Mr. Chairperson, all shades of opinion in this House are always one and bipartisan when foreign policy issues are discussed in this House, and today has been no exception. I think even the most trenchant critics of the government are one with the government when dealing with foreign policy issues. There is no question that the non-alignment, which has been the bedrock of our foreign policy for the last 75 years plus, has stood us in good stead, has given us great respect worldwide, has managed to keep us afloat, has managed to keep us deftly clear of many conflict situations wherein otherwise there was a potential for us getting roped in. And I think, therefore, this is a policy that has held us in good stead, and I commend this government for having continued the same policy, even giving credit where it's due sometimes, as we heard the Prime Minister say off and on. The morning television visuals that one sees from Ukraine are heart-rending. There is no doubt about it. I think every heart cries at the kind of massacre that's taking place there. But then all war is about massacres. And therefore, I particularly wish to commend the government for the manner in which it has stood up to the near hectoring by the United States of our position that we've taken, of the nuanced position we've taken, to the point where lowly officials, of course, have virtually openly tried to threaten us. But even the President of the United States has gone to the extent of saying that India's position on the war has been shaky. And I think that's about as strong an indictment as can happen comes from the top quarters of America. But I mean, I find it a bit, frankly, shaky position on their part to give us this model posturing, considering their track record. The first country to have employed nuclear weapons on a mass scale, the first country to have carried on a savage war in Korea first, then in Vietnam, thereafter all through the Middle East, in Iraq, in Libya, in Syria, Afghanistan, and those lives that were lost then and the misery that those people went through in those wars, and that absolutely calibrated savage bombing, all-night bombings that we used to watch during the first Kuwait War and the second Kuwait War and the second Iraq War. Those are still very fresh in our minds. So therefore, it ill behoves the United States to morally hector us on the position India has taken. I think there is, though, even in these blurred lines, something that India will have to strongly consider on at least 2 or 3 issues going forward. Number one, that the entire civilized world, and which is the Western world as well as our Quad partners in the East, they've all come together on one platform, and therefore there is some degree of isolation that India possibly has to contend with on that score. And that's a matter of, I think, some concern which I have no doubt that the government is fully mindful of going forward. Secondly, clearly now, the Russia-China axis, with Pakistan being a very minor tail there, but the Russia-China axis now is going to be a formidable axis going forward, with Russia very much a junior partner, very much dependent on China virtually for its existence, because with the kind of savage sanctions that have been imposed, and these sanctions are going to go on for a very long time clearly, they now desperately need China to bail them out financially and economically. And so therefore, China's position in our sphere of the world is going to become infinitely stronger, infinitely more powerful, and therefore we have to now contend with that fact very, very carefully. Thirdly, I think we also have to take into consideration the fact that Prime Minister Modi, who has an excellent equation in relations with most of these countries that we deal with, and Mr. Pardeep Puri was absolutely right when he said that the Prime Minister speaking to many of these countries actually entailed some kind of a ceasefire to ensure that Indians were evacuated. And that's quite unprecedented and extraordinary in these times. So therefore, I think there possibly is some also expectation in some quarters that he would go the extra mile in playing peacemaker in these times, that India's position of strength in terms of our track record of ahimsa, our track record of non-alignment, and all the other qualities that our forefathers have bestowed upon us, that we should play with the Prime Minister's muscular diplomatic posturing that has happened over the last 7-8 years, and with good measure. I'm saying this in a positive way, that he should perhaps play a slightly more proactive role. I mean, now that the major part of the evacuation is over, that even for a ceasefire or even for the hostilities to at least come to some kind of cessation, I think perhaps some more vigorous dialing on his part should be in order. There is, I think, for India, everybody has spoken about the problem of. Give me 5 minutes more. Or
3 minutes.
5 minutes more. Is that good? So the problem of almost 22,000 students coming back to India is, of course, a very, very serious and critical issue. Everybody's spoken about it. We need to seriously reflect on how we are going to burnish our own infrastructure in this country to ensure that our children don't have to go abroad for much cheaper education, because we lack for nothing in this country, and therefore for them to have to seek refuge abroad like in this fashion, and then now to come back and be left virtually mid-water is something that we'll need to very seriously consider. And I have no doubt, and this is a very sizable number, because there is 40,000 which have come back from China earlier due to COVID last year, and now this is 22,000 more coming back from here. So therefore, the possibility of them being adjusted in various other countries, again, a more aggressive and a more forward-looking policy has to be undertaken by the government. There is, I think, a silver lining also. Mr. Puri spoke about oil prices going up. Yes, that's been happening. It's been fluctuating. But the bigger problem also is going to be on edible oils, etc., that we are importers of. But of course, our exports should start looking up, because now wheat, which was the major export, wheat and corn, which was the major export of both Russia and Ukraine, accounting for almost 25% of the world's exports, are drying up. And therefore, this is the time for India to really step up a very aggressive export drive to ensure that we gain something from the ashes of this war in terms of our own domestic economy. Mr. Chairman, I expect the government to very proactively, therefore, while all, the government is solidly backed by all shades of both public opinion as well as political opinion in our country. So therefore, they are rock solid on that count. They have held their own so far. But I think going forward, everybody expects, under the leadership of the Prime Minister, for the government to be more proactive, both in the resolution of this conflict, as well as in order to be able to, I think, milk this to our advantage, both financially, economically, and in every other way possible, particularly in the geopolitical context of the fact that the Prime Minister could, and the government could, and the MEA could, and we have a very capable External Affairs Minister who's again had a sterling track record in the ministry. So therefore, under their aegis, if some kind of aggressive policy could be undertaken going forward for a cessation of hostilities, I think that is what all shades of opinion in this House would expect from the government. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I just want to add one sentence. Mr. Naveen Patnaik has, of course, done his bit. There were many ODIA students abroad, and I think Mr. Puri will bear us out, because many of them have come back under his aegis, the ODIA students, and we've thanked, my Chief Minister has personally thanked him for the effort he's made. And therefore, I also would like to say that Mr. Patnaik has done everything he could have to ensure that our ODIA children have come back from abroad. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chairman.
thank you, Sri Pinaki Mishra. Next, Sri Dr. Shashi Tharoor.
Thank you, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think this has been a very rich debate already, and I know it's going to continue. And I want to really say that a few years ago, as Chairman of the External Affairs Committee of Parliament, I had said there is no such thing as a Congress foreign policy or a BJP foreign policy. There is only Indian foreign policy and India's national interests. And I will say to you today that I think all the speakers, even those who have been critical of the government and who will be critical about some aspects, have spoken in that spirit of one nation, one set of national interests, and a very strong commitment to what is being done for India and Indians in this challenging situation. And I do want to assure my friend, the Foreign Minister, that we have all been watching with very close attention and admiration the adroit diplomacy he's been conducting, and at the same time with some concern about some of the areas on which we may have a slight difference of emphasis. Let me say, sir, having said that I'd like to address these remarks and the issues facing us under three broad headings, and I'll be fairly brief on each of them. One is the humanitarian situation and the evacuation. The second is our stand at the United Nations. And the third is the geopolitical implications of this crisis for all of us, sir. Now, if we look at the humanitarian situation and the evacuation, I think there is no doubt that we are all incredibly grateful for the success of Operation Ganga and the return of some 23,000 Indians, mainly medical students, back home to India. And on that, I don't believe that there is any particular demurral. But it is to be pointed out that while we commend the embassy for having begun to register the students in Ukraine early in the process, it is also true that some other embassies were quicker off the mark in getting people out. And I think there's no harm in admitting this. This did happen. The fact that we registered the students was useful. But we did not, for example, have enough domestic transport arrangements in Ukraine. A lot of the students had to walk very, very long distances to get to the border points eventually, and that is something we'll have to bear in mind for future situations. Sir, if we were to look at the positive side of the ledger, the government was very quick to make excellent arrangements in the neighbouring countries, Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, in order to fly our people out once they had got there. But in getting them to those countries, I'm afraid we were perhaps somewhat found lacking. And I'm not trying to diminish in any way the contributions of our excellent diplomats, our hard-working personnel. The Minister was kind enough to hold a consultative meeting of the External Affairs Ministry, a consultative committee meeting, in which he took us into these young diplomats working 24/7, manning the hotline in order to receive calls from students. All of that was very important. But one set of complaints that many students have expressed, including to me personally, have been the difficulties they encountered in getting to the border points where they had to cross. And I think this is a lesson that we need to bear in mind for the future. And of course, we must all pay tribute to Naveen Shankarappa, whose life was so needlessly and tragically lost when he went out heroically to get food for other Indians who were sheltering in a bunker with him. And that, I think, is indeed something we must absolutely, in this House, unanimously pay tribute for. His parents were gracious enough, as you pointed out, Mr. Chair, when you were speaking, to donate his body to medical research. But there's also, I think, some research we need to do on how these situations got to the stage they did, where we found ourselves with so many people there. I will add that one thing that's a bit unseemly, unfortunately, was the publicity mongering that we conducted in some of the neighbouring countries. I got some adverse comments on that. I think it was unnecessary. Our nation would have risen in gratitude, and we don't really need publicity in foreign countries for what we're doing for our own people. That was unfortunate and should have been discouraged. You know what I'm talking about, but let's move on, Shaukat. But I do want to mention one more good thing, which I think has not been mentioned by some of the speakers, and that is the timely and appropriate humanitarian aid that India has sent to Ukraine. That was good. I congratulate the government for having taken that initiative. I think we sent something like 90 tons of relief material, no small amount, and that was essential for a country that is going through the hell that the people of Ukraine are suffering. So, broadly speaking, those are some of the concerns that one has in mind. I think it is to be said, however, that there were a couple of unfortunate statements made by people associated with the ruling party during the travails of our people, when all of us were getting desperate messages from families and from students. There was one minister, the former chief minister of the ruling party, saying that the students had to be blamed for miscalculating the gravity of their situation, quote unquote. Most unfortunate. We had another minister serving in this government saying that these are merely people who couldn't pass the NEET examinations in this country. Such statements were most unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, and I do want to say to the government they were also unnecessary. When people are going through terrible trauma, it was a time for all of us to rally together and attend to their needs, as indeed we did eventually. These statements really reflect poorly on the commitment of our nation to our people stuck in distress abroad. Having said all of that, all's well that ends well. The students are back. Now the concern is how do we manage to help them catch up with the education that has been disrupted as a result of this tragic situation, the war and the evacuation. And I think there the government should really do two things. It should take immediate action to see what can be done to have remedial instruction available to these students, ideally in Indian medical colleges. And the second thing they need to do is use the revelation of 23,000 medical students in a country like Ukraine, which even the Prime Minister expressed surprise on, that there were so many there, to realize how badly we need to rethink our approach to medical education. The shortage of government seats. I mean, you realize the NEET is a tough examination. But do you know that of all the children who pass the NEET examinations, only 7% get into colleges? In India, they have to go abroad. They have no choice. When COVID happened and we had to evacuate people from various countries, I had medical students from my constituency in the most extraordinary addresses. Places like Moldova, remote corners of China, Kazakhstan, and so on, because, of course, they could not get education. Now, the government really has to use this opportunity to take a root and branch look at establishing an adequate number of government medical institutions. We have heard so many promises over the last 8 years that AIIMS will be introduced in every state. My own state has received that promise from 3 successive health ministers. We're yet to see the foundation stone of an AIIMS being laid in Kerala. Let us now move on a war footing. We need doctors very clearly. We have people capable of studying to be excellent doctors affordably. So that, sir, is the first basket of issues, the humanitarian ones. So second, my concern about our stand at the United Nations, which I recognize has evolved in a way that, that I can today fully support. But I was shocked, I'll say very honestly, at our first couple of statements at the United Nations. As I mentioned to the Foreign Minister, it was not just the abstention. Abstention, there are good reasons why we wanted to signal a certain position. But the fact that in the initial statements at the United Nations, we failed to mention any of the principles that we have stood for in the world for the last 75 years. We didn't mention the UN Charter. We didn't mention state sovereignty. We didn't mention the inviolability of borders. We didn't mention even the inadmissibility when it comes to resolving international disputes. These are basic core principles. They go back to Nehruji's Panchsheel and before. And these are things we've always stood for. It took a while, but eventually we've got around to it, and we have in our last few statements done this, even while abstaining in the UN Security Council, in the General Assembly, and in the Human Rights Council. Now, the fact is, we have great respect for strategic autonomy. We want to make our own choices, but our choices can sometimes involve standing up for principles. We need not have behaved as we did in the initial stages of the UN. And what was particularly deplorable was that first statement in which we showed a shameful even-handedness between the aggressor and the victim. We actually merely urged both sides to de-escalate. Now, if somebody is attacking you and you're defending yourself, are you guilty of escalation? How can we use language like that? We said that we call for concerted efforts on all sides to return to the path of diplomatic negotiations and dialogue. Well, one side is being attacked. If you don't want to use harsh language against that side, because in the name of your friendship with them, then I think one has to also ask, if we can't speak frankly to our friends, then what is the friendship worth? I think it's very important that we stand up for the fact that in these matters, we can at least have spoken with a certain amount of moral conviction and courage, even while, if necessary, choosing to abstain. And I understand we have a special, privileged strategic partnership with Russia. It goes back a very long time. I myself, just last month, had inaugurated the celebrations of the, whatever it was, 75th year of Indian-Russian diplomatic relations or whatever. And I had spoken very warmly of our warm relation, of our close relationship. It's not something that anybody on this side of the aisle is going to be criticizing the government for respecting. But at the same time, we have to understand that in this particular instance, it is Russia that resorted to the use of force. It is something we have to understand that though we have a long list of IOUs, most of those IOUs on Kashmir and so on, vetoes in the Security Council, are to the Soviet Union, of which Ukraine was also a part. So let's face it, we owe those IOUs to both Russia and Ukraine. And let us also face it, we are indeed a major client for Russian weapons supplies. Our defense systems rely a lot on the weapons we've imported from Russia and on the spare parts we need to service them. But first of all, we pay top dollar for those weapon systems, sir. No one is doing us any favors. The seller needs the buyer as much as the buyer needs the seller. We should not act as if it's always a one-way traffic. Equally, sir, we must understand that when we have a situation like this, when we have, for example, a country that is taking a stand in relation to us, that troubles us and compromises our own relationships, and very directly hurts our own people because of the short-term after effects, the rise in oil prices, the rise in commodity prices. We have some seed, even 70% of the sunflower oil and sunflower seeds that India has comes from Ukraine. That's no longer coming. These are simple examples, but all of this are matters that do affect us, and we should have the right to be able to say to our friends, look, this was not right. This has caused us some pain and difficulty. But finally, I'd say that now our position has been calibrated, our line has become notably tougher, and I want to stress one thing that I'm sure my friend, the Foreign Minister, will want to stress also, except that perhaps he will not be able to do so as openly as I can, which is that refusing to condemn Russia is not the same as endorsing what Russia has done. And that, I think, is a reminder for all of us that whatever India may be accused of, we have not at any stage, through any action or any words, implied an endorsement of or a support of what the Russians have done by conducting this invasion of Ukraine.
Thank you.
Finally, sir, the third set of issues will be the geopolitical implications of what we have seen. In the short term, there is some very worrying consequences, sir. I would say that the Ukraine war has exposed 3 minutes. has exposed India's strategic vulnerabilities in a tough neighborhood as nothing else could have done, and it's raised some fundamental questions for our security. We had been maintaining a relationship with Russia while developing a strategic partnership with the Quad, with the US, Japan, Australia and India. Suddenly the three Quad members have taken a very different position on Ukraine from what we have. We are somewhat out of sync with them. We have scrambled to keep them on side and to show some understanding of our position. And so far I commend the diplomatic efforts of our government that we have been able to keep them on side, and they have signalled an understanding of India's position. At the same time, there are some real concerns about the larger implications. We are seeing Russia and China getting more and more close to each other, and if Russia is weakened as a result of this misadventure, which it almost certainly will be, then its weakening can only give China the upper hand in that relationship. A Russia that becomes essentially a subordinate state of China is a major concern to us in India, sir, because we have, as recently as 2 years ago, lost 20 of our Jawans in Ladakh to Chinese aggression. And in these circumstances, the neutralization of Russia, or even Russia coming along with China, is a matter of grave concern to us. And there is the sideshow of the Chinese-Pakistani relationship. Prime Minister Imran Khan was in Moscow the day the attack began on Ukraine, and he went through with his meetings anyway. He continued to do so. What does this mean? Are we witnessing the emergence of a Russia-China-Pakistan axis that we have to think about? Yes. At the same time, sir, there are some opportunities. We've had I think a record number of ministers have visited Delhi in the last couple of weeks, and I'm sure the Foreign Minister was a very busy man receiving